Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, February 26, 2025, 2 p.m. meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
Yes, of course. So the manner in which we conduct the hearings is as follows. First, we give priority over to adjournments. We will hear those cases first, and unfortunately, it appears that the message did not get out, but there is an adjournment, and apparently most of you were here on a case that's going to be adjourned. After that, we will call the calendar and we'll hear the cases. The cases are heard in the following manner. A, the applicant makes their presentation. B, if there is any opposition, we allow the opposition to voice their concerns. And then C, the applicant is given the opportunity to sum up. We are not bound by the formal rules of evidence. We have a court reporter. The proceedings are archived. You can refer to them as frequently as you would like. We accept all sorts of evidence, some of which would be admissible in a court of law, some of which would not, but we're not bound by the strict rules of evidence because this is not a court of law. It's an administrative body. Right? Patrick, would you like to call the cases? Adjournments first.
Sure. The first case for adjournment is case 11025, Baldwin, Alberto, and Anna Condalello, variance lot area maintained two-family dwelling, also known as 2291 Harrison Avenue.
Good afternoon, Chairman. It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, for Christian Brown. He was just engaged last night. He asked if I can request an adjournment. On behalf of the applicant? On behalf of the applicant. So the applicant waited any longer than engagement, like next week? Thursday would have been nice.
Nope.
No, that's for the Malvern Gold. Patrick, Mr. Gold?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May 14th, 2 p.m.
This is 110 of 25. May 14th, 2025, 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
2 p.m.?
2 p.m.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The next case for adjournment, case 11525, Oceanside Loma Holding Corp., a.k.a. Mill Bay Golf Course. Install safety netting on 20 feet and 40-foot high poles on a portion of Skillman Avenue, Joaquina Avenue, and Alls Point Creek in conjunction with the existing golf course, also known as 3600 Skillman Avenue.
Yeah, the community.
Name and address for the record.
Elena Rodriguez, 218 Skillman Avenue in Oceanside. Opposing the variance, and we're requesting an adjournment to gather more people in the community. We haven't, with the bad weather, and we haven't had enough time to really gather people and see what their views were, so we felt if we could have until the end of March, it would be a help.
Counsel, are you here for the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Daniel Patrick.
Good afternoon.
445 Hamilton Avenue, White Plains, New York. We're okay with an adjournment. We understand it's the board's procedure. He typically grants it the first adjournment.
First time on.
So we will certainly accommodate that. And we just ask that the board put us back on it at the end of March if possible, or early April if possible.
That's not going to work. What's the earliest date, Patrick?
May 7th at 2 p.m.
That should give you enough time. May 7th, 2 p.m. Any requirement that there's re-notification?
They just have to update the signs.
Pardon?
They just have to update their signage.
And if anyone is going to ask for a further adjournment, do we have a lot of people signed in? We would specifically request that you notify each person who signed in so we don't have a courtroom full of people who are going to be disappointed next time.
And have a reasonable basis for the request.
For the request.
We're giving a fair amount of time here. So we don't want to have people come back in and go, well, we didn't really look at the stuff yet and stuff like that. Like, it seems to be a fair amount of time that we ought to be able to adjudicate the matter on the next meeting.
Next date.
Will we get a copy of the form that was filled out with the edit?
We'll provide you with that,
Thank you very much.
all right?
You have a cell
All right.
phone? Take a copy with your cell phone.
Sorry that all of you showed up and we couldn't adjudicate it now. Sir, if you're here on this case, let me tell you what procedures we follow. Generally speaking, first time on, request for adjournment, and keep in mind the objectants have requested the adjournment. First time on, we almost always grant it. Almost always, unless there are really, exigent circumstances where we can't grant an adjournment. This is done each and every time, all right? Now, David, your side, are you one of the objectants or are you the applicant? Yes, you're nodding. Are you here in opposition? Just a minute. Okay. Your side requested the adjournment. We are granting, no. Anybody, oh, you're in favor? That's great. You are in opposition? Oh, you're in favor. We're going to grant an adjournment because we always grant an adjournment. I'm sorry you have to come back, but we're not going to have any more discussion. The adjournment is granted. You be prepared to come the next time. If you're in favor, you'll state your case.
Yes.
Patrick?
May 7th at 2 p.m.
Okay. Thanks for coming. Sorry you
Seven.
weren't notified beforehand. Not our fault. Okay?
Okay.
Case is over.
Okay, next we have one more application for adjournment. Cases 130225 through cases 130525 near Malvern Gold.
1303, 1304, and 1305. Correct?
Correct.
Good afternoon. Dominic Minerva D'Agostino, attorney for the applicant. I'm requesting an adjournment. The Nassau County Planning Commission resolution has not been received yet. We'd like to wait till that comes in case it's necessary to address any comments in the resolution at the hearing. I did send in a letter requesting April 9th if it's convenient for the board, because my experts and myself are available on that date.
Patrick?
Yes, as previously discussed, we can do April 9th,
April 9th, 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
We'll grant that adjournment.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any other adjournments?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any other applications for adjournment.
Start calling cases.
Okay, we have cases 11125 Elmont.
Folks. Oh, they closed the door. Yes, sir? That's April 9th, 2025 at 2 p.m. You're welcome.
Okay. We call in case 11125 Elmont, Kaiser Chodiri, variances subdivision of lot, height, lot width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area, construct dwelling and garage, demolish existing dwelling and garage parcel 1, formerly known as 364 Keller Avenue, as well as case 11225 Elmont, Kaiser Chodri, variances, subdivision of lot, height, lot width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area,
What do we got
construct
on this
dwelling
one?
and garage, parcel 2, west side of Keller Avenue, 200 feet north of Rosser Street.
Yes.
Please take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
Dominic Minerva D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, attorney for the applicant.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710.
Good afternoon again. The application before you today is for variances to permit the construction of 2 new single-family dwellings on the subject premises. Subject premises is located at 364 Keller Avenue in Elmont. It's also known as Section 32, Block 535, tax lots 49 through 52 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. It's located in a Residence C zone. Subject parcel is located on the west side of Keller Avenue, 160 feet north of Rosser Street. Subject parcel contains 8,000 square feet, and the proposal is to subdivide the parcel into 2 40 by 100 foot lots, 4,000 square foot parcels for the purpose of constructing 2 new single-family dwellings. The variances requested are for lot area and front width for each parcel, with 6,000 square feet required and 50 feet of frontage, whereas 4,000 square feet and 40 feet of frontage is proposed for each parcel. Each dwelling is proposed to have a 1-car attached garage and a 2-car driveway. There is also a variance requested for height. We request that the height variance be considered separately from the lot area and front width requests. I would note, though, that the proposed dwellings are just under 28 feet in height to the peak of the roof from the finished existing grade of the property, under the 30-foot height requirement. The variance is only required because the west side of Keller Avenue is located on a hill, and all of the surrounding dwellings are elevated similarly from the grade. The applicant would have to lower the grade of the parcel and install retaining walls on 3 sides in order to comply with the height requirement. It's our position that that would be less desirable, but again, we request the height variance be considered separately, because that can be done if necessary. As you will hear momentarily, the proposal is in keeping with the character of the area, will not be detrimental to surrounding property owners, and is in keeping with the substantial precedents in this area. At this time, I'll call Mr. Barry Nelson to testify.
Yes, sir. How are you? Yes. No, sir. Improved? I've had some more practice. Thank you so much.
Purpose of testifying in this case.
Council's gone over the case substantially. Generally, the property is south of Hempstead Turnpike, north of Dutch Broadway, and west of Meacham Avenue. It's an interior parcel. The applicant is seeking to remove the existing house and construct 2 new single-family colonial-style homes with garages for each 40 by plus 100 plus or minus. The area character, residential C, fully developed. I have some exhibits I'd like to submit. I have previously uploaded them. I have packets of photographs, a marked up radius map, and a separate radius, separate radius map with grants that were approved in the 200-foot radius of the subject property. The area is fully developed. Typically, Cape Cods, colonials, high ranches. There are some 2-family dwellings in that this is a residential C zone. Some of those 2 families have been before this board for approvals with having less than 12,000 square feet. The closest subdivisions of 80 by 100, and I've provided the documentation for the board on a radius map, would be the parcels just to the north of the subject property, and that would be on tax lots 53 and 54, and 55 and 56. On the same street, on the easterly side, it would be for tax lots 19 and 20, and 20 and 21. The easterly side of Kirkman Avenue, touching the southwest corner of the subject property, would be two residences on Kirkman Avenue in the subject block, 371 and 377 Kirkman Avenue, and that would be tax lots 32 through 35. The most recent subdivision would be a corner parcel, 80 by approximately 100, northwest corner of Kirkman Avenue and Roslyn Street, and that would be known as 380 and 384 Kirkman Avenue. What I did is, the exhibit that I submitted to you is what I just identified to the board. I identified them and attached the Board of Appeals cards to that map and indicated 1 through, and I think I have about 15 approved BZA approvals in the 200-foot radius, and that would include Kirkman Avenue, Keller Avenue, and Oakley Avenue. And I identified those as number 1, number 2, number 3, and I related that to the Board of Appeals approval. The composite, the second exhibit, or the third exhibit, I did hand in photographs of the subject property and the surrounding uses, is a marked-up radius for all non-compliant to the residential C zone. That would include the 1 and 2 family dwellings. And I also attached the Board of Appeals approval for the 2 families that you'd find on the subject street, southeast on the easterly side of Keller Avenue, and that's known as 340, it's tax lots 33 through 35 on the easterly side, as well as just to the north on the westerly side, tax lots 59 through 61. Those are 2 lawful 2-family dwellings. A breakdown of parcel sizes. You have 22 40 by 100s. You have 6 50 by 100s, 2 45 by 100s, and 2 families on less than 12,000 square feet. So it's approximately 74% non-compliant, whether they're 1 or 2 family dwellings. The area is fully developed. In my opinion, the proposed subdivision for 2 40 by 100s, 4,000 square foot, is in keeping with the pattern of development and area character. As I mentioned, just to the immediate north, the 2 parcels, 2 dwellings to the north are 40 by 100s, improved 80 by 100 into 240 by 100s. Just to the southwest of the subject property on the east side of Kirkman Avenue, in the subject block, you have the parcels that are touching the subject property, 80 by 100 that was approved for 240 by 100s. Property values are strong in the area. Generally, the older homes, the smaller homes, are in excess of $650,000 to $1.3 million. The 2 new colonials will sell approximately $1.1 million to $1.2 million, and that's in keeping with the higher end of property values for the area. What's proposed are 2 single-family homes, as council mentioned, front width and lot area. The height request, the homes are, if they were at street grade, would be fully compliant, less than 28 feet to the peak. The grade at the crown of the road, and it's on your surveys and plot plans, is approximately 43.75 elevation. The grade at where the houses are being located on the site is at 51.07 elevation. From the crown of the road to the elevation of the site is approximately 7.3 feet higher than the street. Uniquely, you thought Long Island was flat and Elmont was flat. This location on Keller Avenue is unique, and it does have, or the subject property is at the highest elevation in the area. I looked at the adjacent properties and the subdivision to the north, and I went back in the history. In fact, the two high ranches that are north of the subject property should have sought height variances, but they were constructed under the old code where 30 feet was the medium height from the eaves to the peak of the roof, where today the code requires it 30 feet to the peak. I also looked at the site plans that were proposed on those parcels, and the only indications that I saw that they were measured, and they were built in the, I think it was the 70s, they measured it from the grade surrounding the house and not from the crown of the road. Probably a snafu that went through back in the earlier days, but what was being proposed today are colonial houses that are typically built in the Elmont locale, and the houses themselves are 28 feet in height. Thank you.
Just to briefly recap some of Mr. Nelson's testimony, and one thing I want to add, over 50% of the parcels on the radius map are 40 by 100 parcels. There's approximately 8 that were developed with variances. There's only one other 80 by 100 on the entire radius map, and that's on Oakley Avenue, not even on our block. And the overall area is about 74% non-conforming to the current lot and front width requirements. And there are a few 60 by 100s, only a few of them, and 2 of them have the 2 families on them. And we remain available for any questions.
I have a question. Why is your primary staircase on the side of the house as opposed to the front of the house? This is a colonial. Why do you not have the primary entrance through the front door going up to the second floor? What's the rationale for that?
I don't have a rationale for that. It was just the
I've never,
architect's design.
quite frankly, I've never seen it before.
If that's an issue, I'm sure we can move it to the front door.
Okay. Will be. And any other questions from the left?
Okay, don't ever call me from the left. Just,
Let's not
just
go
say-
down that road.
Just say,
From the left side of the dais.
well, give us a second.
Sure.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Minerva, Mr. Nelson, are these going to be owner occupied?
Yes, we'll
They'll-
accept
they'll agree to
the
that.
normal conditions of this board.
And
So,
what
yes.
about the basements? Are they unfinished?
The basements are proposed as unfinished basements, yes.
Okay, so you'll, if we approve this, you'll
If that's a
make it owner occupied if we so
They'll
desire?
agree to that.
Correct, we'll
always
accept the
do.
normal conditions, including the owner-occupied provision, yes.
Thank you.
Give me a second.
Everybody's going to the main entrance is the side door. And you go up and you go down. It's a basement. So they're going to have to walk through.
So I just want to appreciate a little better the issue of the height. I'm still stuck on some other things. I know you mentioned because of the grade.
The grade.
So the
Yeah.
crown-
So if you look at one of Mr. Nelson's photos, it shows there's actually the retaining wall
Yeah.
near the front of the property, not only on this property, but on the other properties that run down the block. And then the grade is elevated.
And also, if we look at the architectural plans, A2,
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
the top left-hand corner will indicate the elevation of the street and the elevation of the grade.
Sort of like 8, 9, 8.
Just on, yes. That's the difference. And if you see the overall height of the house, it's less than 28 feet.
You have 3 feet between the grade and the finished first floor.
Yes, 51 versus 54, yes.
Both plans are not identical, correct? One house is taller than the other? Measured from the grade?
They're the same house.
But they don't both need a height variance.
No, they do.
both do.
They
Yes,
both do, yes.
they both need the height
I
variance, yes.
apologize.
Here.
I believe they're the same house.
Right. That is-
Yeah, this same house, they both have the first floor finished elevation, 5407, the ridge, 78.75, so yes, it's the same for both.
So you're asking for a 5-foot height variance?
Then he'll do.
Correct.
I
To the
understand.
peak of the roof. Yes.
Which is, like Mr. Nelson said, the property's 7 feet above the crown of the road, the finished grade, and then we're 2 feet lower than the 30 feet, so there's your 5 feet that we're asking for. So we're up 7 feet, but we went 2 feet under the 30 maximum, so yes, we need 5 feet because this is up on a hill from the crown of the road, but
Why couldn't you finish the first floor 2 feet lower, for example? Why do you need 3 feet to finish the first floor?
Well, I don't know, I guess the basement would have to be dug out deeper in the ground in
Well,
order
what's
to
the height of the
bring.
basement now?
Say that again?
What's the
What's the
height
height of the basement now?
basement?
Proposed or the existing basement?
Well, they're both constructs.
Oh, so,
They're constructs.
It's 8.
you have the larger,
Looks like it's 8.
yeah, I see 6, 4, and then 3.
The house obviously is going to be occupied by a basketball
8 feet.
player, so they
8
need
feet.
8 feet.
From the finished floor to the underside of the beam, 8 feet.
Wait, no, I don't want to know from the finished top floor. From just the height when I'm standing in there, it looks like it's 8.
8 feet.
So it's a basement, I know. It's not living space anyway, like, you can gain a foot, 5-foot height variance is a lot. You have 9-foot ceiling on the first floor, and you got starting already 2 feet higher than you have to for the finished first floor. I know it may not seem like much, but 5-foot height variance. Yeah, maybe.
They're going to sell the house to
So,
a basketball player who's 7'6". I need 3 feet. Mark, I need 3 feet. This is what the eye height. What the eye height. Why are your cheeks up there? For lunch? And you're allergic? Oh, I had an espresso.
Feel my face.
Okay, Mr. Minerva,
Yes.
thank God we have Miss Rebecca First here, because she has definitely taught me a few things, and I'd like to put it on the record. So she's explained to me why, other than the 1 foot we could take off of the first floor, because a 5-foot height variance is a big height variance. And believe me, if I tell you, we're gonna hear it every day of the rest of our lives, if we grant a 5-foot height variance, you know what I'm saying. But Ms. First has explained to me some very important things that relate to this, that distinguish your situation from any others. So, Ms. Becky, if you wouldn't mind, please, explaining why this height variance isn't like all the others.
There is a 8-foot difference between the center of this property to the crown of the road. The property has a retaining wall that looks like it's close to 3 to 4 feet.
Yeah.
In order for a house to be built on this property, even if you placed it on a slab without a basement, you would still only be permitted to put a 1-story house. The reason being is because you would still need at least 3 feet above grade so that they would be able to provide windows in the basement and so forth. Even if they put it on a crawl space, they would still be requesting at least a 3.5-foot height variance.
And in answer to my earlier comment about why do you have to have it 3 feet above, you explained you need the egress window, so it is necessary to get that 3 feet above grade as a starting place. So while you could take a foot off in the ceiling there, and I'm not crazy about the structure, I mean, I think if we eliminate the side door and turn that staircase, I think the chairman mentioned it, then it's a little more palatable, because, you know, your client's gonna own it and live there, but if your client sells it, we all know it lends itself to, you know, being a multi-family dwelling. Again, not that your client's gonna do that, but we don't know who owns it next. So I think that's a very important set of information, because if we are inclined to look favorably on this application, it has to be distinguished from others given the significant nature of the height variance. So that's what I want on the record.
And those are certainly acceptable conditions to eliminate the side door and relocate the staircase.
Just a quarter.
No side
Right.
entrance and the stairs.
Pardon?
Yeah,
No side
exactly. And 1/4 turn on
No
the
side
stair.
entrance,
Right.
quarter turn on stairs. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Minerva?
No, that concludes our application. and
Any
we
other
request
questions
favorable
from the
consideration.
board? Go right ahead.
The sides are 8 feet and 7 feet. Okay, could we,
15.
could we have, on the, let's see, the south one, I'd like to see the 8 feet next to the neighbor. So kind of like switched, so 7 feet in the middle, 8 feet on the sides.
Flip it.
That's certainly acceptable, so it would be 8, 7, 7, 8.
Yes,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Minerva, Mr. Nelson, anyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's read.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next, we have case 11325 near Freeport, Diamond Development Properties Corporation. Variances, subdivision of lot width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, side yard, construct dwelling with garage and 2 AC units attached thereto, lot A,
Thank you.
west side of Elm Street, 100 feet north of Raymond Avenue. We also have case 11425 near Freeport, Diamond Development Properties Corporation. Variances, subdivision of lot width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, side yard, construct dwelling with garage and 2 AC units attached thereto, demolish existing dwelling, detached garage and shed, lot B, formerly known as 7 Elm Street.
Yes, for the applicant, Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Corona Avenue, North Valley Street, New York.
Jed Nelson, 1380 Belmore Avenue, Belmore, New York.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I represent Diamond Development Properties Corp. with respect to the instant application for a two-lot subdivision in the hamlet of Deer Freeport. At the outset, I'd like to move to have the two cases consolidated and heard as one.
That's true. Right? Yep, and look, they shifted the yards already. Yeah. They could do that,
Yeah, okay. Yep.
especially with the air
I
conditioning.
had the motion to consolidate as one were granted, Chair?
Oh, so moved.
Yes?
So moved.
So, thank you. With me here today, to my right, is real estate expert Jed Nelson, who put his appearance on the record. He's prepared to testify regarding the nature and character of the area, that the benefit of the application to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. Back to my left, if the board wants testimony from him, he'll have to be sworn in, is the project manager, Brian Acella. The subject property is on the west side of Elm Street in the hamlet of Roosevelt. I'm sorry. Thank you. Approximately 100 feet north of the intersection of Elm Street and Ray Avenue, which is also known on maps as Raymond Avenue. I've seen both, although if you go there, the street sign will say Ray Avenue. It is also known on the, and just for the record, on the Nassau County tax map, Section 55, Block 279, and lots 117 to 120. Property as it currently exists, perfect rectangle, 80 feet of frontage, 100 feet of depth on each side, rear property line of 80 feet. The property as it exists is improved by, if improved is the word, a one-family dwelling, detached garage, and shed, which are in somewhat dilapidated condition. The applicant proposes demolishing these structures, subdividing the property into two 40 by 100 building lots, then constructing a one-family dwelling with garage and two AC units on each of those properties. Under case 113, the applicant is asking for permission to construct a new one-family dwelling with the garage and two AC units on the west side, or the westerly side of the property, on a parcel, again, with 4,000 square feet.
Mr. O'Brien, did the AC units create the side yard?
I am not aware, Mr. Nelson looked at it, he didn't see the, why a side yard was needed. That very well could be the case, Mr. Pellegrini. I'd rather be cautious and ask for it as opposed to not. But if the question is going to be, if they're in the side yard, can we move them to the rear yard? I don't think there'd be any objection to that.
I guess my question is, what creates the side yard
Yeah,
variance?
and I wish I had an answer for you. I don't have the answer because
It seems like Mr. Nocella might,
the plan examiner may have made a mistake.
they don't do that.
I know. Then maybe I'm making a mistake in saying they made a mistake. But without trying to make a joke out of it, I don't have an answer for that question.
So, can we assume that it's the AC units? Mrs. First is here from, she's a plans examiner with Department of Buildings.
Right.
She's the plan.
And if I'm throwing her under the bus, I know I will be thrown under the bus.
You-
The AC is.
I would push you.
The AC is creating the side yard setback.
The AC, okay, there's your answer.
I'm
The AC is creating the side
creating
yard.
that. Thank you,
So,
appreciate it.
let's get rid of that if we can, and then we'll go on.
That's fine,
Wi-
I'll accept that.
What, so you can put the AC units in the backyard?
Yeah, done.
Okay, so that'll be number one.
Right.
So you can, we'll do that, and then the side yards will be dismissed.
Sounds good to us.
Okay, moving right along.
Okay, so we need subdivision lot width from and on street line to the front setback line.
Oh, well,
Lot area
couldn't-
occupied, which I
couldn't
believe is
continue the same
39.03%.
Hold on, 39? What was that figure?
I believe it, from what I read, 39.03%.
lot area occupied?
Yeah.
It says 31%. 31% on the plans.
That's a much better number than 39.
I stand corrected again. I
That's a
apologize.
good
I don't know
correction,
where I
Mr.
saw it.
O'Brien.
I actually saw that somewhere, but
All right.
my error, Mr. Nelson's correcting me, 31?
31, and permitted is 27.5.
I'm not keeping score, but that's number 2.
That's two.
All right.
I know three and I'm out.
Mr. Nelson's earning his money today.
That's why we work together. Same variances that are needed for case, on the case 114. As is my practice, I made a physical inspection of the area. As the board will note on the radius map, there are a number of 40 by 100s on this block. Most notably, the adjoining property to the west and the 6 right across the street. I will point, well, before I go ahead with that, the homes that are in the general area are for the most part older homes, baby boom homes, late 50s, early 60s, average shape, no disasters, nothing outstanding. But I would want to call the board's attention. I know Mr. Nelson will touch on it. I apologize if I'm stealing some of his thunder because we talked about this. If you look at the corner of Ray Avenue and Elm, on, I guess it would be the southeast corner where you'll see the name Jessica Gibson. There are actually, if you start with the vacant property to the side, you'll see lots 144 and 145. That's, the board granted, I believe granted variances about 10 years ago for a single-family house there. There's another single-family house at 146, 147. Oh, it's wrong. That's why I'm bringing up to the board, and if you let me finish, you'll hear the whole thing. And there's a separate one, 148 to 150. From what I was able to ascertain, and why I believe variances were issued, is it appears these homes were built under the Town of Hempstead program that provides affordable housing. Or, people have the housing lotteries and they're able to buy a house. I think the Town of Hempstead gets federal funds, and all the deeds are dated around 2000. I should say, I think all the deeds are dated 2016 because I checked that on the county clerk's records. So my assumption is that variances had to be granted for that. Because somebody made an error drafting. At least that wasn't my third strike.
You still got 2 strikes.
But why is it wrong? I don't know why it's wrong. But I discovered it when I went out and when I did my inspection, Mrs. DeMott. But I point out the fact of the variances and the fact that these are probably the 3 nicest houses in the area. And what they've done with the new construction for the area, I mean, I think it's fantastic. And the people who bought, for what it's worth, it has nothing to do with the variance, people who bought them have kept them in magnificent shape.
Wait, so it's not just that it's been subdivided, the houses are actually built?
The houses were built in 2006. It had to be before 16 because that's when the deeds are all dated.
So that whole block from 141 to 150 is how many houses?
Okay, let's start here. I'm starting at the southeast corner, which is the Jessica Gibson property.
Right.
And starting with lot 144 through the corner 150.
But that's not on the Jessica Gibson part, that's down below.
No, but that's next door to the Jessica Gibson
Okay,
property
yeah.
without a name on it.
Yeah, he means this.
But I pointed to you because there were 240s that, again, had to be granted variances by this board, otherwise they never would have been built.
There you go. This is the variance granted.
Mr. Nelson will touch on it when they're granted. Other than that, that is our application. Yes? Ms. Sam. You know what, I didn't check. You know, Ms. Adams, I didn't go into the records for that one. I just, those 3 brick houses at the northeast corner just jumped out at me as new construction. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yes. Same, then it would make sense. As I said, I didn't do any investigation on that. I just know, I pointed out to the board that, as I said, across the street, you see 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40 from the subject. Mr. Forty?
Were the Town of Hempstead Planning and Economic Development houses that were developed, they had received grants many years ago, and they developed houses similarly in Roseville. I think that's probably what it was. They look the same from my memory.
Yeah, and as I said, they're nicely built, but even
Yes.
as well maintained, which I compliment the people who bought them. Mr. Nelson, unless the board has any other further questions for me?
Right there.
exactly the same.
Yes. Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
You have previously been qualified as a real estate expert before this board on numerous occasions.
Yes, sir.
Since the last time you qualified as an expert witness, have any of your qualifications changed for the worse?
No, sir.
Okay, you are then qualified to testify as an expert witness in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Once again, my name is Jed Nelson. I am a New York State General Certified Real Estate Appraiser and a New York State Licensed Broker. I've had the pleasure of inspecting the subject property. I have prepared a packet of photographs. The photographs were taken by me on February 10th of 2025 at 10 a.m. They are of the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood. In my professional opinion, they accurately depict the neighborhood. In addition to that, in the back of this booklet are numerous variances that were granted within the 200-foot radius, and if you expand it a little bit to 3 blocks, there are multiple. I'd like to submit it to the board. I tried to upload it. For some reason, it keeps getting kicked out, so for that reason, I gave you 2 packages. You guys can share them.
We'll accept those in evidence if Chandler agrees.
In addition, I prepared a radius map. The radius map, it highlights different parcels in the area. The radius map bears a grid and is color coordinated. I would like just to bring the attention to the board, as was earlier discussed regarding that corner piece
Can I
on
get one?
Elm Street and
Thank you,
Ray
Chairman.
Avenue. I have drawn in the line that correctly and accurately depicts what's there now. The parcel on the inside of the corner would be lots 146 and 147 were granted a variance for a 40 by 100 lot. That copy of that variance is in the back of the booklet. I'd like to submit this as well.
Accept that as well. Nice homes.
As council stated earlier, the subject property is located on the north side of Elm Street, approximately 100 feet east of Ray Avenue, which is sometimes known as Raymond Avenue, in the unincorporated hamlet of Freeport, part of Nassau County, town of Hempstead, New York. It's designated as Section 55, Block 279, lots 117 through 120. It is presently zoned Residence B by the Town of Hempstead Building Department. The property affords 80 feet of frontage along Elm Street with a depth of 100 feet, containing a total of 8,000 square feet in lot area. The site is presently improved with a 1-story ranch-style dwelling which was built circa 1923 and is noted to be in poor condition. There is a 1-car detached garage in the rear of the property. It appears that these improvements are extremely dated and have used up their useful life expectancy. The application before us today is to demolish the existing improvements, subdivide the lot into 2 equal 40 by 100, 4,000 square feet total area, and develop each property with a modest 2-story colonial-style dwelling. Each home will afford 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, a kitchen, dining room, living room, and a family room. There will have a full basement, unfinished at the time of construction, with no outside entrance. Each home will afford a one-car internal garage and a driveway suitable for 2 additional cars. The existing improvements, once again, were built in 1923 and presently afford a 12-foot front yard setback. The proposed new constructions will be built with a front yard setback complying to the present zoning requirements, be it 25 or 26 feet. I'm not sure as to exactly what it will be. The neighborhood is presently developed with a variety of 1- and 2-family homes, a number of newly developed single-family residents throughout the area, and even on the subject street.
Mr. Nelson, where are the 2-family homes? And are they legal 2-families?
I did not check them. They are scattered through the neighborhood. They are not within the 200-foot radius, but they are within the neighborhood.
Are there any 2-family homes within the 200-foot radius that you know
No,
of?
there is not. Not that I was, not legal. No. And there are multiple houses with multiple meters, but I don't know. My search did not reveal them being legal.
Wait, there are multiple houses in the 200-foot radius that have
On the
more
street
than
north.
more than 1 meter?
I did note that the house on Oak Street
Right.
would be lots 77 through 81. There were multiple meters on that house.
77 through 81.
How many breasts for that, Mr. Nelson?
It should be on the radius map, and
77.
To 81.
it
There's-
looks like number 8.
Wait, one structure but multiple meters?
Correct.
Let me see.
And that's on a 100 by 100 lot.
Any others?
Not that I recall.
Did you make any notes about the others? I think you said you made a note about that one.
Well, just because when I was pulling down the street, somebody was pulling out of the driveway, and I had to actually stop and wait till he pulled out, and that's when I glanced at the house and I saw multiple meters.
Thank you.
Saying there's a traffic,
2,000 square.
I'm sorry?
What was that comment?
not
I'm sorry, I missed it.
I was wondering if Mr. Nelson is stating that there's a traffic issue on the street, and one more house might...
That would be on Oak Street to the north,
Oh,
not on Elm.
my bad. One for me. You lose one over I am.
Within the 100-foot radius of the subject property, there are 13 developed lots, which of 7 of the 13, or 54%, are 50-foot frontages or less. 5 of the 13, or 38%, are 40-foot front lots. Within the 200-foot radius, there are 35 developed lots. 20 of the 35, or 57% of them, have 50-foot frontage or less. 18 of the 35, or 51%, are 40-foot frontage lots. Within the 200-foot radius on the subject street itself, there are 15 improved parcels. 10 of the 15, or 67% of them, are 40-foot street frontage lots. 7 of the 15, or 47% of those, have received variances for lot size. Therefore, this proposed application will not change or alter the existing characteristics of this neighborhood. Abutting the subject property to the west is a 41-foot lot frontage that was granted a variance on October 22nd of 1986. That variance you will find in the back of the package of photographs that I submitted earlier. Directly across the street from the subject property are 6 40 by 100-foot lots, of which house number 10 and house number 12, Elm Street, received variances for 40 by 100-foot lots on January 10th of 2010. On the north side of Elm Street, 100 feet east of the subject property, there are additional 4 40 by 100-foot lots, which were all granted variances.
When?
The pack, I didn't want to expand, but the copies of those variances are in the package that I submitted.
You have photographs of 27 and 29 Elm Street in your packet. Do you know what lot numbers those are?
27 and 29.
And one of the board members is interested in finding out what is the distance between the two homes.
Not me.
Occupy those lots.
You,
Not me.
okay.
Not Mrs. D'Amato, she has 47 other questions.
That's okay. I'm here for that.
Over a period of 6
They would be outside of the 200-foot radius, but because they are located on the subject street, I included the photos in my package.
That was nice of you. Okay,
Thank you.
look. Go on.
I try to be transparent. It is my
Oh, I can
professional,
see you.
I'm sorry?
Go.
It is my professional opinion that the proposed development pursuant to this application offers a substantial upgrade to what is presently existing on the subject property. It would be compliant it would be a complement to the well-maintained homes on the subject block and throughout this area. It is also my professional opinion that by granting these variances, it will not present any detriment to any nearby property or any nearby property owners or ownership. In the rear of the package are copies of 11 variances granted within a 3-block radius of the subject property, 9 of which these variances are within the 200-foot radius to the subject property. Based on these developments and the prices of existing homes and new developments in the area being at an all-time high, it is evident that there is no detriment to the home prices or values based upon land size, or the lesser of land size. It is my professional opinion that the granting of the requested variances proposed by this application will not adversely affect the existing quiet enjoyment of the existing homes or homeowners, nor will it have any adverse impact on the marketability of the existing homes in this area. All utilities are readily available on Elm Street, including water, sewer, gas, cable. Each proposed developed site will provide for on-site parking of between 2 and 3 automobiles. Existing homes in the area are selling between $320,000 to a high of over $800,000. New construction in the area are selling between the low $700s to the low $800,000. The anticipated selling price of the proposed new constructions will be in the mid to high $700,000, certainly towards the higher end of the value range in this neighborhood. In my professional opinion, this proposed application makes very good sense, offers a good solution to aiding the housing shortage we are presently experiencing. As of this morning, there are 79 homes listed for sale on MLS in the 11520, which is Freeport, zip code, of which the majority of them are south of Sunrise Highway. North of Sunrise Highway, in that same zip code, there are 24 homes presently for sale on MLS, thereby demonstrating that there is a housing shortage in the area and there is a strong demand for home ownership. We are of the professional opinion this application is reasonable and, given the present characteristics of the immediate area, offers a good upside enhancement to the existing site. That is my presentation, and I'd be glad to answer questions.
Radius map, that there are 7 other lots that can be within the 200-foot radius that could be similarly subdivided. And in your opinion, if those lots were also subdivided and developed on 40 by 100s, this would not change the nature and character of the neighborhood?
As my inspection and presentation indicated the majority, over 50% of the developed lots in this area, especially within the 200-foot radius, are 40 by 100 lots.
I didn't ask you that.
Thereby, as you indicated, of course, each other application has to stand on their own merits. I don't believe this would alter or change the characteristic of this neighborhood.
Right.
Many of these homes on these larger lots are older in nature. As you can see from the radius map, they are built to one side of the parcel, leaving the other side vacant, and perhaps that's how it was intended to be developed, with smaller lots.
If I may jump in, Chair.
You may.
Obviously, Ms. Nelson, the expert. I would point out to the board that Elm Street is unique when you compare it to either Oak Street or to Maple Street, where I believe the majority of the larger lots exist, or the ones that, I don't know that the application could be made. Certainly wouldn't be as strong an application, that's for certain, if this was a property on Oak Street or Maple Street. But the way that Elm Street has historically been developed, with the number of 40s, one adjacent to the property, 6 right across the street, another one down the block, 2 at the corner. The nature and character of this area is different. I apologize to the board. I thought I had my ringer off, and I keep shooting it off, so again, my apologies. But I believe the nature and character of this block on Elm Street is a different animal than that on Oak or Maple. And if I may, if the board doesn't have any more questions, Mr. Nelson, there were 2 comment sheets sent in, and I'd just like to address them. In no particular order. One was from people with the last name Quiroz. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Q-U-I-R-O-Z, diagonally across the street to the east, lot numbers 155 and 156, in which they opposed 2 houses. They said that the street is more like Queens. I will note for the record that they live on a 40 by 100, so we're not asking for anything more or anything less than they already have. The other response, or the other comments, were from the adjoining neighbor, last name J-A-I-M-E, Jaime, Jose V. He said I was not necessarily opposed to it, but he had a couple of questions, and I'll just, he was concerned about property boundary and fence protection. He doesn't want any damage to his fence. He wants protection. We have absolutely no problem with that. Construction noise and dust mitigation, we all know that happens, and we will comply with all aspects of the town code. Traffic and parking disruptions, that's going to happen anytime anybody is doing construction, whether it's construction vehicles or whatever. Again, we'll comply with the town code. I do note that, for the record, that there is a 1-car garage and a one-car parking pad. If the board believes that there is a parking problem in the area, we certainly can expand that parking pad on each property to 2 cars, less cars potentially on the street, but that'd be up to the board. Other than that, I believe, the application has met the standard, that the benefit to the applicant far outweighs any detriment to the community. I believe it'd be a shot in the arm for this particular block, and the applicant will agree to any of the usual customary conditions that the board has been known to impose to ensure property is used as a one-family dwelling.
Owner occupied?
Owner occupied is fine, Chair.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Nelson, everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
This is the motto I'm leaving. I just note to the record that you are on my right.
wrong side of everybody.
Next, we have cases 11625 through 11725, Franklin Square, Rafa Real Estate Incorporated, doing business as Bocce Social. Special exception to use premises for public assembly and amusement, indoor bocce facility, waive off-street parking, indoor bocce facility, AKA 344 through 346 Franklin Avenue. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got? Yes. Please take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
Dominic Minerva, Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York.
Mike Lisi, 693 Adonia Street, Franklin Square, New York.
Okay, Mr. Minerva, let's go ahead.
The application before you today is for special exception and a parking variance for a proposed conversion of former retail stores, which were last used as a salon and spa, into an indoor bocce center located at 344 through 346 Franklin Avenue in Franklin Square. Two. No. Two. The subject premises contains 3,191 square feet. The application also includes maintaining a small rear addition to the building, which is part of the parking variance, and a small proposed addition in the rear. The proposed bocce center is proposed to include 2 bocce courts. There's a maximum of 8 players that can play on a court at one time, so the maximum players are 16 at one time. A membership is required to play at this facility, except for the league play, but the league play is limited to nights and weekends, specifically 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on weeknights and at designated time on weekends. For the league play, players frequently travel together to different facilities to play. During the league play, there will be 1 employee on staff. The member play will be controlled by an app on your phone, with members selecting their time slots, so the occupancy of the space at any one time will always be well controlled and organized. The principal of Rafa Real Estate, who is the owner of the building and will operate the bocce facility himself, is also a player who travels to play at different leagues. The surrounding area on the same side of the subject block includes a dry cleaner, a wellness center, an office, a photographer, and a transport company. Across the street, I like a freight forwarder, office. No, it's like a freight forwarder. There's no trucks.
Logistics guy, he moves stuff all.
Yeah, freight forwarder logistics, it's an office. Across the street is a gas station that takes up most of the block, except for another office operated by the same transport company. Additionally, located to the rear of the subject premises are not residential homes, but rather another commercial use as an office building for a development company. The special, and all of that's in between the two blocks, Arlington Avenue and Laidlaw Avenue on Franklin Avenue. The special use criteria is contained in Section 267 of the Town Building Zone Ordinance, which provides that the Board of Appeals shall give approval if it finds that the use will not prevent the orderly and reasonable use of adjacent properties, including permitted or legally established uses, and will not be a detriment to the safety, health, and welfare of the town, and is in harmony with the general purpose of the ordinance. It's our position that this proposal meets that criteria, as the area is full developed, there are no vacancies, and with the mix of uses I just described, this use, for the most part, will have offsetting hours, as the peak usage of the bocce center will be on nights and weekends, and therefore will not interfere with adjacent use of properties.
Mr. Minerva, so you mentioned how it doesn't abut residential because there's that strip of land. So I see the one strip of land that's called the Land Development Company. It's about 40 feet wide, right?
Yes.
The next strip, also seemingly 40 feet wide, says vacant Res C. It says P Serve on it. What is that?
I think that means public service, but
So what's there?
it just looked like a lot. Let me just see if I have that lot in my photos.
So there's 80 feet. Is there 80 feet between there and the first residential?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I need to know. I don't care what it is exactly, but
Yeah, it's a fenced-in yard. I'm not sure what it's used for.
there's 80 feet before there's any residential.
Correct. So the first 40 feet is improved with a building, and I have photos of that building I'll submit. So the Land Development Company has a building on that site, and then, yes, you have the vacant public service lot for the other 40 feet, so a total of 80 feet.
If you'd like to submit your photographs, we'll accept them in evidence. If you attest to the fact that they fairly and accurately represent what they purport to.
Yes.
How recently did you take
Okay.
take the
I
photos?
took the photographs myself. The dates are on the back. I'm going to mention the times in my presentation and what their pictures of is written on the back.
Okay, we'll
Okay, and I have
accept
two
them in evidence.
packages because there were 2 different days.
If you know, what was the prior use in this?
It was a
Store.
salon and spa.
And do you know what happened? Did they go out of business?
They went out of business.
Do you know why?
Believe they had some criminal issues.
Mr. Minerva, so the parking calculation says required 17, provided 0, deficiency 4. I know you touched on it, but I was focused on this. I want to just better understand the parking situation.
Sure.
So, do you have 0 spots or only 0 spots that are approved?
So we have 0 spots that are approved. There is an alley behind all of this row of stores.
Thank you.
And traditionally, there's 2 or 3 cars behind, that can park behind each one of these stores, whether it's for the operator or something like that. So we can, you can use that alley, it's an easement, and we can park 2 to 3 cars behind the subject property.
And how many stores are in this group of,
So
is the
there's,
17 all the stores?
yes, so our subject property is 344 through 346 Franklin Avenue. It's 40 by 117 parcel. That's going to be, the entire premises is going to be the bocce facility. The property to the north is a dry cleaner. And then you have, it looks like a 3-unit, multi-tenant building just to the south, which has a wellness center,
Parking.
offices, and a photographer. And then the building further south, on the corner,
Carvel.
is the freight forwarder, and my client also owns that property through another entity.
But, so are all those businesses the businesses that make up the 17? I'm just trying to.
No, it's only for our, the parking requirement is just for our space.
17 is just for your space?
Yes.
And it says you have 0. You don't actually even have any illegal ones? Like, usually it's 0, but there are 5 spots, but they're in front yard or something? Nothing like that. You have the 2 to 3 in the alley?
Yes, just the 2 to 3 that we can park in the rear of the property, but again, you're just going down. There's nothing striped with backup space. It's just, you go down the easement and you park behind your building.
Is there not on-street parking on Franklin Avenue?
So there's on-street parking on both sides of Franklin Avenue with wide shoulders. Fits about 8 spaces on each side, so that's 16 spaces available just between Arlington and the next block there, Jackson Avenue. And I went by there 3 times. I went there, and I have the information here. Let's see, Saturday, February 22nd, at 4:30 PM, and there was 1 of the 16 spaces being used. Monday, February 24th, at approximately 6 PM, and 2 of the 16 spaces were being used. And I drove by today on my way to this hearing at 1 PM, and there were 5 cars out of the 16 being used, and those were on our side, but mostly from our property towards Arlington Avenue, in front of our property and in front of the dry cleaner. There was at least room for 3 more cars.
So, Mr. Minerva, it says required 17, provided 0, deficiency 4. So you're not looking for a 4 spot?
No, I'm
In
asking
other
for the
words-
waiver of the whole
Thank you.
17.
That's why I'm clarifying it, because if we were to grant it and we granted a 4,
No, I'm
that's not
asking
going to
for
cut it.
variation from the full 17
17.
spaces. Yep. And I would just note, even as retail or office, the principal permitted uses in this zone, it would require around the same amount of parking. It's about 3,200. Office or retail is 1 per 200, so that's 16. So, the parking requirement for this use is not much different than if it was office or retail per code.
When was the building built, do you know?
I can tell you that if you give me a minute.
Okay.
$1949.
1949. And it was operating with the legal CO, the use may not have been permitted according to
It was
the,
CO'd as 2 stores.
2
The original
stores,
CO says 2 stores.
and that was up until they had to vacate the premise.
Yes. That's
So-
what the CO was for.
Because it's built many years ago, the parking requirement many years ago did not apply by today's
Correct.
standards.
We're not in effect when they built not only this, but probably a large portion, this
Yes.
block and a large portion of this area.
Thank you.
Okay, as we all know, traditional retail storefronts continue to struggle, and properties are now being occupied more and more by restaurants, personal services, and activities. I would say this use is similar to an indoor pickleball courts, which have happened to be popping up all over Long Island. With regard to the parking variance, as I stated, it would be the same, almost the same requirement whether it was office or retail. And as I stated, there's an easement which allows us to put 3 cars behind the building. I covered the parking that was on that block. I would also note in photographs, I did take some photos of the block to the north and the block to the south on Franklin, which also both have wide shoulders, and there was ample parking at all of my visits on those streets as well.
Block to the south. Corner store is Carvel.
Yes.
And then there's a shopping center adjacent, just south of the Carvel.
Yes.
My recollection is that there is on-street parking on the property to the north, east, west, as well as to the south. Is that
Yes.
true?
There's on-street parking to the north and the south on Franklin.
And on Franklin
On
as
both
well.
sides, yes. So I have photos, especially on the north side. North of our property, on the east side of Franklin, there was almost nobody. There was a whole row of on-street spaces, and there was 1 car parked there as well. Okay, I'm also going to submit, we do have a petition signed by several of the surrounding property owners and occupants, and a marked-up radius map of who consented to the granting of the application.
We'll accept that.
And based upon the evidence and testimony submitted today, we respectfully request your favorable consideration and remain available for any questions.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, we have someone who signed in opposition. Would you like to testify, sir? I don't know, what are the hours of operation? Mr. Minerva, what are the proposed hours of operation?
So, it's going to be the member play during the day, Monday through Friday, so that's like 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then 6 to 10 is going to be
Open.
9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
The elites? Oh, leagues, on 2 courts. Guess you don't have a lot of teams.
He said they schedule the apps so they don't show.
Oh. How long are the contests? 1 hour?
An hour and a half?
For 3 games, it's about an hour and a half. Give or take a half hour a game.
There's
What's the
multiple
name of the
units over here.
association that people join in order to be in the leagues?
Is there a league name or an association?
The company name will be Bocce Social.
So they
Bocce
go online
Social.
and join, or how do people end up in the?
Website, there'll be an app to
Is it just courts, or are you going to serve refreshments there?
So the only refreshments will just be like water, soda, snacks, and probably from just a vending machine.
Okay.
But like
No-
if someone
no bar.
wanted to get involved in bocce, what would they do?
Well, they go on the website.
They become
and
Italian.
They join a league. There'll be different levels of play, like beginner, intermediate, advanced. I don't remember. And it's a super chill, like.
Are you a player?
Yes.
Do you have like a handicap? How do you judge your
Well,
level?
you put in what you think you are, so.
What are
I
you?
consider myself advanced,
Advanced?
yeah. So
Nice.
advanced on Long Island, but when I travel, I'm not so advanced. So I get my butt kicked.
I think you traveled the country
I
to
just
play
went to
this.
Vegas this week and I didn't do well.
They have it in Vegas also, huh?
We roll on courts, I can't. If you move all this furniture, I can build 3 courts in there.
You go play Italy at all?
No, that's a different level. That's actually a different game. That's the purest form of bocce that they play in Italy, which is kind of, it's slow. It's more.
Cerebral?
Like everything they do in Italy, everything they do here is faster paced. It's pretty much the same way.
Very cool.
You ever play in Corona?
Yes.
Parkside?
I think it's actually taken over by homeless now. I don't think there's
It's
any
taken over by?
homeless.
Homeless.
I don't think anybody's playing on courts anymore.
Okay. Yeah. Name and address.
My name is Aldo Tanti. I'm 1160 Arlington Avenue, Franklin Square. I think this proposed bocce court is a great idea. However, parking is not. Parking on Arlington Avenue is horrendous. I've already had a tree taken down by a truck trying to make a U-turn because he wanted to park across the way. People park there and leave their cars overnight during the day, and they should, I know they shouldn't do it, but they do. Police also had to put up special parking, no parking zones by the water tower, which is on Arlington Avenue, because they couldn't get their equipment in and out. It's always been an unsafe place for children to play, because the cars coming down that block always come flying down because they can make the light on a corner, which they don't most of the time, and there's always an accident. It would be unsafe. The cars come up the block, they back up into my driveway, and they go looking for a parking space. Sometimes they find it, sometimes they don't. As he said before, you're liable to have 12, 13, 16 people waiting. Those people can't park anywhere else, so they find anything they could find. They leave the cars there. They even leave them in front of the hydrant, which makes it another unsafe condition. So I am really opposed to that. As I said before, it's a great idea, but I don't go with the allowing the. Actually, I should say I'm not. I don't like the waiver of the parking. If they can park where they have the scene at the unit, we'll be fine, but not on Franklin Avenue and not on Arlington Avenue, and probably not on the block that they're on. The other stores and people that are there now they pull up. There's another organization that just opened up recently, and they're taking a lot of the parking. The people are working there. So again, I'm opposed to it.
Where did the new people open up?
Pardon?
You alluded to the fact that there was a new organization that recently moved in.
It's something about the city landfill or something like that. I couldn't give you the exact name.
Where is that?
It's on Arlington Avenue. They just refurbished their building.
They have a lot of trucking companies there. Not one of
They're
them?
coming in and out. They leave their cars there. They have somewhere to park.
How does that reflect poorly upon this application?
Well,
if I may?
I can't hear you.
How does that reflect poorly upon this application? People who play bocce, I would tend to think, don't leave their cars overnight.
Yeah, well, they'll leave their cars there and they go play bocce. As he said, you can have maybe 16 people waiting to play bocce. I'm looking at this thing here and I say, well, he has 3 parking spaces. What happened to the other 13? They're going to park it anywhere they can. And again, it's detrimental to us.
What would you recommend goes in that spot? Because it's a viable building. There had been occupants there since 1940. What would you suggest that they could do with the space?
I'm not in the construction business, and I'm not in the business business.
Okay.
Neither am I.
So I really don't know what they can do. They had an organization there before, I believe it was a beauty parlor.
Well, it was more than a beauty parlor.
And there was also a wood refinisher. They used to refinish furniture. He left. Going back, there was a butcher shop there also.
Many years ago.
However, just to stay there, if they're going to play a game, I'm sure the game takes an hour or better.
Hour and a half.
And the ones waiting to play the next game are going to be double parking. And they park, as I said, they park all over. And I had the
Double park on Franklin Avenue?
a 7-year-old
That's
tree
like
that
suicide.
was knocked down by a truck trying to make a U-turn so he could park across the way.
I'm not going to play with this.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like to add, sir?
Excuse me?
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I guess that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to respond, Mr. Minerva?
I would just note, the Arlington Avenue issue sounds more like of a homeowner parking problem. If you visit the area, like I said, the subject block and north and south, there's all of this on-street parking on Franklin Avenue that's underutilized, so anyone coming to patronize the businesses, there's plenty of parking in the area. My client says he has no knowledge of any new development or organization in the immediate area. And lastly, I'll just remind the board,
No, do I.
it's the same requirement for this space versus the other permitted uses without a special permit in terms of the parking demand. So something would go there, and it would have a parking demand, and there's more than ample parking in that area to absorb it on Franklin Avenue. And that's
That
our case.
concludes your presentation. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed under the decision calendar. Mr. Minerva, you, your client, and everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming. Have a nice day.
Second. Court reporter has to rejuvenate her fingers, as a result of which we will take a 15-minute break.
One thing I forgot to mention.
We missed the time. we-
After the cars,
you doing? Everything good? What's that? I think I may have you beat. I'm a lot older than you.
I don't know if you know Vinny Tamburino from Graham's office.
Oh, yeah?
His last day is Friday.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
He's quitting law, right?
completely? See, I'm definitely, I'm 64, I'll be 65 in May, and I've been working with Forcelli since '98. So I figure I'm going to completely call it quits after 30 years in 20, okay? But I think in maybe the beginning of 27, I'll cut my hours.
Start phasing.
You know, yeah, instead of, we try to build 1,700 hours a year. So instead of that, maybe I'll do 1,200 or 1,300 hours, give myself long weekends and stuff like that.
Just,
So,
yeah, take the easy cases.
yeah, I want to transition, you know. This is, you know, this job, a lot of technical things have made this job easier, but a lot of technical things have made it harder too. You know, the advent of social media and the internet, and yeah, it's so easy to spread misinformation about things. I know. I mean, what did the fire department confront us with right off the bat? You know, you guys did a bait and switch. You know.
Like you said, like definitely not. These guys are not going to be the bait and switch type. Literally the opposite.
Yeah. Good, and you? Yes.
Three-minute shot clock. Ooh. This is good. Still warm. Super warm.
Next, we have case 75124, East Meadow Plaza Regency LLC. Variance in off-street parking, special exception for proposed outdoor dining, two-lane drive-through, parking in front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike, insufficient maneuvering aisle, and minimum number of shade trees, proposed restaurant, bank, and medical office. Variance in front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue for proposed Nassau County Police Department shift change shed, southeast corner Hempstead Turnpike and East Meadow Avenue.
How come Mr. Bavona's not here in opposition? East Meadow Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chelly Deegan Tarana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. Here on behalf of the applicant, East Meadow Plaza Regency, LLC. The applicant is the owner of the shopping centers situated on the southeast corner of East Meadow Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike, and also on the northeast corner of East Meadow Avenue and Front Street. The two centers were previously owned by different entities. The East Meadow Plaza, the center to the north, what is colloquially known as the Stu Leonard's Shopping Center to the south. Just a few years ago, Regency Centers bought the two properties and have been working on a plan to unify the centers, and that is why we're here today. And I'll get into the relief we need in just a moment. But first, let me just introduce you to the people who will be speaking today. To my right is Mr. Michael Bianconello. He is with Bowler, our site engineering firm. On the bench in the front row, we have representatives from, well, we have Mr. Ethan Chikoski, our traffic expert, who will be providing testimony. And we have representatives from Regency, Rebecca Wing and Michael Perkowski, in the event that the board has questions for the operational aspects of the center. But this is an application that was adjourned. It was originally to be heard in December of last year, and it was adjourned to today because there were some concerns or questions that the fire department had, that the East Meadow Chamber of Commerce had. So having met with SEMCO, the East Meadow Civic Organization, in the past, we agreed to the adjournment, and we have since met with both the chamber and the fire department. We've addressed their questions, and we have no opposition and no concerns from them at this point. This application is some time in coming. I believe it was just about a year ago that we had our first outreach meeting with the representatives from SEMCO who are here, Joe Parisi and Dolores Rome. And we met at a diner in East Meadow, and we talked to them about the plan for the center. We heard what they were concerned about, in addition to improving the center, making it look better, making it safer. They also had issues with the sidewalks along East Meadow Avenue, which, as a result of this project, will be reconstructed, and with new landscaping, new fencing along that side as well. But really, this change to the center, this application will permit an aesthetic upgrade, a safety upgrade, a modernization of the center by straightening out drive aisles, striping the center properly as opposed to how it was done in the past, and a myriad of other things that Mr. Bianconello will get into in just a moment. I'm pleased to say that Regency is the applicant today because I never represented the Stu Leonard Center. I have appeared before this board for the East Meadow Plaza in the past when it was owned by its prior ownership, which was a blind trust comprised of three siblings. And they were a very, very difficult group to work with, not only for me, but for the town and for the civics and the chamber. I don't know how many appearances I had to make and my partner had to make in the district court because of ongoing violations on the property pertaining to just about every aspect of it, not the least of which the old office building that is on the property, and I'll fill you in on that as well in a moment. But anytime there were requests for beautification, improvements,
or even just repairs, they really fell on deaf ears. So I was thrilled when Regency came on board, bought both sites and proposed this project, because it really does significantly enhance, it will significantly enhance the operation of the centers, the look of the centers, and will benefit the community overall. Now, again, you'll hear from Mr. Bianconello as to the specifics, but basically, this is proposed to unify the two centers by creating a driveway that runs on the premises from north to south and vice versa. In addition, they are adding, in addition to doing all new facades and all new improvements, this will add 2 new pad sites on the property. One is a drive-through, double drive-through Shake Shack restaurant, and the other is a pad site building that will be for, as proposed, for a bank and some medical offices. But in addition to that, as I said, there's going to be substantial landscaping, substantial curbing, the striping that will be done correctly. One of the biggest complaints we used to hear about this center is that it's so wide open, it's a free-for-all. They never did the striping right, they never did curbing correctly, they never did islands correctly, and they literally had to have police presence there because there was racing and people doing donuts and spins in the shopping center at night. All of that will be made impossible based upon the new modifications and upgrades to the site that will be provided. Plus, Regency is a much more hands-on manager as opposed to the former management company that was there. So, in order to do what we're proposing, we do need variance and special exception relief from this board. First and foremost, we'll need a parking variance. You'll hear from Mr. Shukovsky about that. The last time, I believe the last time I was before this board on this center was for the North Center. It was when the Garden Social Restaurant was seeking outdoor dining, and there were some other parking variances that were needed. The last approved site plan for this site permitted, for the north side of the combined center, permitted a parking variance that was 45% deficient. We are asking for a combined parking variance that is approximately 40% deficient, and in fact, when you count the actual parking spaces that are there but don't count towards the overall parking count because they're either in the front yard or the drive aisles are slightly deficient, we're more like 35% deficient. So while we're asking for a new parking variance, it's actually a lesser parking variance than what we previously saw on the north side of the property, and that's for the entire property. In addition to that, we're seeking a special exception for the drive-through for the Shake Shack, the 2-lane drive-through. We have parking in the front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike. There are some technical variances pertaining to aisle widths and number of shade trees. And then there's a variance for the front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue for a proposed new Nassau County Police Department shift change structure. In the past, there was a wooden structure that was in the front of the center, if you will, the north side of the center, between the main buildings and Hempstead Turnpike. That actually got damaged and was falling down and has now since been removed. The new proposed location for the police center, the shift change center, will be at the entrance to the site at the northerly curb cut on East Meadow Avenue. It will be a new structure where the police presence will still be on site because that was something that the community definitely wanted. They wanted that. And it's not unlike if you go by I believe the Home Depot in Levittown, you'll see a small building in the corner of in the front corner of that property. This will be in the side of the property. But that we need relief for also for a front yard setback variance. So All that having been said, unless the board has questions on anything that I just provided, I'm going to turn to Mr. Bianchinello to give a more specific and detailed overview of the site modifications that are proposed. Oh, and I apologize. I'm handing up so that the board can follow along. These packages for the board, they're basically copies of some of these boards plus other images. The first page is just an overall aerial view of the two centers together. The next two pages are close-ups of the north center so that you can see in detail what's being done. Then we have several pages showing you, or the next two pages are actually facade images for the two pad sites. And then the next 3 pages are images of the new facades for the buildings, how they're being upgraded. There's actually a picture also of the sign, but that's a future application that is not filed yet. And then the last several pages, you'll see the pictures of, inset pictures of how the center looks from East Meadow Avenue, existing versus how it will look. And then you have 2 pages of the actual facades that have already been changed out. So you'll see that the work is actually already being done. We had separate permits for the facade work that we could do. So that having been said, I will turn it over to Mr. Bianchinello to give his, unless you have a question, Mrs. D'Amato?
I noticed this other multiple different outdoor seatings, but it says general seating, no dining. Another one, general seating, no dining. What does that go with, just out of curiosity?
Do you want to address that?
Yeah, I'll get into that during my
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Mike Bianchinello, Bowler Engineering, 275 Broad Hollow Road, Melville, New York. As Mr. Bonesso had said, the site in general is definitely in need of improvements and updates, some of which has already been committed to by Regency. They've put capital and resources into doing the facade work, which is currently underway. They are also proposing 2 buildings along Hempstead Turnpike, a 3,500 square foot Shake Shack with a drive-through, and a 5,000 square foot pad building with a bank and a medical office. Additionally, as Mr. Bonesso had touched on, the main parking area right now, it's essentially a free-for-all. It is very unsafe. Things aren't to code. All those issues, I should say, are being resolved by Regency with this development. The main striping will be all compliant in terms of the aisle widths and the stall widths and dimensions. The curbing is being proposed as part of the 305 requirements, which I know is not the zoning board's purview, it's under the town board, but it will be compliant with that. We are also adding parking stalls along the building. These stalls will be used the most, and it'll be a safer access from vehicles to the storefronts for pedestrians. They won't have to cross a drive aisle, which is always a positive to reduce potential conflicts. And then speaking of current conflicts, the Lidl building, which is at the northeast corner of the center, it's a dangerous intersection for people to be crossing with strollers or shopping carts. Regency will be putting in planters at the corner that will force patrons to use the crosswalks, which will have a speed table to help further slow cars that are driving through the drive aisles, and it'll train the customers to use those as a safer crossing option. Also, the lack of current landscaping on site, it's very noticeable. It's a sea of asphalt. They are proposing about 50 new trees throughout the site, along with around 700 new colorful shrubs and plantings, which will obviously add to the improved aesthetics. There are non-tenant specific outdoor seating areas just meant for people to enjoy the sunshine, walk around, just definitely, again, add to the overall atmosphere and aesthetic improvements of the center. And since Regency owns both sites, the north and the south, they are removing part of the building and creating essentially what functions as a cross-access between the two sites. This will be compliant, it'll be 2-way, it'll have a sidewalk, and this will just limit the amount of cars having to physically leave the site to go from one center to the other, just reducing traffic onto East Meadow Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike. And as far as dealing with the other agencies, we are currently working with Nassau County DPW for East Meadow Avenue and the DOT for Hempstead Turnpike. Regency has committed to replacing the sidewalk on East Meadow Avenue where it's in bad condition. That was supposed to be done by the previous ownership, but as Mr. Bernesso said, it was difficult to get things done with them. And it just shows that Regency is committed to vastly improving the overall operations and aesthetics for the community.
Mr. Bianconello, I understand also that presently the site is serviced by a curb cut that is quite close to the intersection of Hempstead Turnpike and East Meadow Avenue. And I understand that curb cut is being closed?
That curb cut is being closed. Its current location is about where the proposed Shake Shack will be. And that just, again, it's more into Ethan Chakosky's testimony. It reduces the amount of conflict points with the existing curb cut to remain on the property, along with the corner intersection of Hempstead Turnpike and East Meadow Avenue.
And now the access directly to the shopping center for Hempstead, from Hempstead Turnpike will be the
main drive aisle, yes.
main drive aisle that is situated closer to Lytle, is that correct?
Correct.
And I also understand that presently, if you come in off the entrance to the property on East Meadow Avenue and you take the present drive aisle, and if you were not to stop, you'd run right into the Lytle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you have to make an awkward left turn.
Yes.
And then an awkward right turn in order to go further east on the property.
Correct. That's just part of the overall lack of proper circulation, traffic controls that exist on the site that Regency is resolving.
And how is that being changed? How is that being addressed?
By adding, we are keeping the drive aisle straight. We're heading towards perpendicular with East Meadow Avenue, and then adding the additional curbing and landscape islands to help direct traffic better.
And I also just wanted to indicate or have you speak to, when we met with the fire department, they were pleased with the fact that we were going to have the parking spaces up against the shopping areas, correct?
Correct. That is because for ladder access to the roof, you have to be between 15 and 30 feet. Before it was, essentially, it was like 3 feet. It was just a small striped area. Now they have much better access to the roof areas in the event that they have to get on top of the roof for a fire or other emergency.
And unfortunately, even though it's marked as a fire lane, nobody pays attention to it under the current
Correct. And
striping.
meeting with the fire district, they had said when they do have visited the site for various reasons, cars are just parked, double parked in the fire striped area.
And I understand now also the next access point off of East Meadow Avenue. Right now, it's two separate driveways. Those are being unified?
They are being unified for just less conflict points and more simplified circulation.
And that's is that the signalized intersection, or is the next one down?
The next one, the southern.
Oh, the next one down.
With the southern, the Stu Leonard's shopping center has a signalized intersection.
Okay, and then just speak to, if you would, the drive-through, the drive aisle that runs north-south, connecting the two centers. Is that just a one-lane item?
It is a two-way north-south traffic. Both lanes will be compliant. It'll be double striped in the middle, and there will be a sidewalk on the eastern side for pedestrians trying to walk through from the south to the north or north to the south.
So that's a fully engineered two-way driveway that meets all code requirements for such a
Correct.
thoroughfare.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
Unless the board has any questions?
How many parking spaces are present now before you do the renovation? Are we losing parking spaces when you're putting the trees in and the drive-through and everything else that you're doing? And by the way, it seems like a very nice project. I mean, what's there now is falling apart, you know. I'm just concerned about the amount of spaces and also the drive-through itself. How is it going to function in conjunction with the shopping center? Is it going to cause a traffic problem, or, you know, what have? And one other question: are you going to put speed bumps in? You're talking about that one road between the two shopping centers, connecting it. So you know how people drive recklessly, and you know, is there a way to slow people down by doing that? You know? Thank you.
The drive-through you're referring to is the Shake Shack drive-through, not the
No,
connection
he's talking
drive-through?
about this drive.
I think he was. the connection. Well, I guess I'll try to go in order of your questions as I try to remember them all. Parking variance, we are going to have a net loss of stalls from what we have now if you don't count the ones that are non-compliant for not having enough backup space that are existing that we're just going to be restriping, and the ones that are in the front yard. If you count all of those stalls, I believe we increase the number of stalls. Do you have that in your numbers? I can get that information. Then, yes, for the speed tables, we're proposing to add speed tables where the crosswalks are in that main drive aisle with proper signage to indicate that there will be a bump in the road, and that should slow down drivers using that drive aisle. Yes. And the connecting the two sites will limit the need, or eliminate the need to physically leave one center to go to the other center. For example, you could be going to one of the stores, the north lot, and then you want to go to Stu Leonard's to pick up your groceries. You have to physically leave the site and go onto the roadway, which causes additional traffic on the roadways, which congestion, conflict points, et cetera. Now you can just utilize the cross-access, essentially cross-access, and not have to do any of that.
And then will there be stop signs
There
where
are
those,
signalized stop signs at both where they meet the existing parking lots. There will be stop signs.
They're gonna go to Burger City.
The overflow of the drive-through will stay in the north area, will not impede on any main thoroughfare traffic on the site.
and just to be clear, there are sidewalks on either side of the two lanes, so that it truly is a way for people to go from the south to the north and the north to the south without moving their cars if they choose to. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, I'll call upon Mr. Shukowski. Ethan has appeared before this board on numerous occasions and been qualified to provide expert opinion testimony in connection with traffic and parking. We would ask that the board qualify him as such today.
Mr. Tchaikovsky, you have previously been qualified by this board as a parking traffic expert, have you not?
I have.
On any number of occasions, and since the last time you qualified as a parking and traffic expert, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, they have not.
Then we will again qualify you as a parking and traffic expert, and you are now free to testify
Thank
as
you
to
very
those
much.
matters.
TPD Engineering, formerly known as Atlantic Traffic and Design, as I've testified on many occasions before. We changed our name, same company, different name. We prepared a traffic and parking report for the subject development, looking at the expansion and the proposed improvements already discussed. I'll try not to be too repetitive, but I did want to kind of run an overview of the changes in terms of the access. Currently, there are two driveways along eastbound Hempstead Turnpike, one right in, right out, and one full ingress. It's a right in, a left in, and a right out. There are additional driveways to the east for the shopping center to the east, which there is cross access to, but there's only two for this current site. In addition, there are three driveways along northbound East Meadow Avenue for the East Meadow Plaza. There's an additional two along East Meadow Avenue for East Meadow Shopping Center. That's the Stu Leonard's to the south. And then there are also two driveways along Front Street. There's one signalized access along East Meadow and one signalized access along Front Street. It was already described, but we're going to remove one right in, right out driveway along eastbound Hempstead Turnpike. That's the closest to the signalized intersection. That improves our traffic safety, in my opinion, because you're reducing that number of conflict points on Hempstead Turnpike. We have an application DOT for those proposed improvements. And then it was also mentioned there's two driveways which are actually very close together. One's
What is the crash history, if you know, on the second driveway, the one east of the one you propose to close?
The eastern driveway, over a 5-year period, saw 8 crashes.
8.
That's a lower crash rate than the state average for that size with that much traffic on it.
Mhm.
In terms of parking, I would like to just sort of run through all the numbers.
Thank you.
There are 1,114 parking stalls proposed for the overall development, that's both shopping centers. There's an additional 100 stalls that don't meet the town code requirements.
Mhm.
Technically, there's 1,214 stalls, but we're going for a variance for 1,114.
Can you just say, as you do that, how many spots there were before it was consolidated for this purpose? And how many are lost, like with the Shake Shack or whatever? Just like give us that rundown.
Sure, so overall, I have 1,338 for both centers
Before this change.
before this change.
So it was 200.
And that's inclusive of the stalls that may not be code compliant. That's just, we went out there and counted the number of stalls on the site.
Like 112 difference. Not much difference. So if you're including the not allowables, and you were at 1,224, or 1,124, no, 1,224.
1214.
1,214, and now you're at and you were at 1,338, it's about 112, or, I don't know, not much difference.
Not much different
112.
overall. The
143,
parking requirement is
114.
1,857. So, as Ms. Vanessa has already said, that's about a 48% deficiency, 743 stalls deficient.
Is that the requirement that used to be, or that's the one including the new structures?
That's including.
That's with all the proposed structures.
And I'm sorry, just to reiterate what I said earlier, the North Center, the last parking variance that received was a 45% deficiency. So we're actually reducing the deficiency overall.
You said that.
Wait, the North Center had a 45 deficiency.
We approved it.
Right, so you have that credit, or did you lose it?
Well, you don't really, because if we were just dealing with one shopping center,
You lost it
yes,
when
we'd
you
have that credit.
consolidated.
But now we're consolidating, so the building department rightly says, you gotta go in and ask for a new parking variance for the whole thing.
So the North Center only had a 45 deficiency prior to this?
Yes, the North Center only had a 45%
And had a variance for
deficiency.
it? Did the South Center have a deficiency?
That, I didn't handle that, that site, so
Why
I'm
not, Mr.
I'm not
Vanessa?
quite sure. Because even, some people, some other attorneys have to have some work here.
Okay.
So,
Can I ask a question?
That's okay, I just wanted to know what the prior credit was, because it gives us some
Some other law
insight
firm got to
about the
them
functioning.
first.
So in terms of the actual demand, we did go out to a parking study at the site. We looked at the demand on both the northern and southern shopping centers. As we typically do, we counted. When we did our study, the occupancy of both centers was about 77% occupied. So at that time, we observed a maximum of 596 cars parked on the site. If you take into account a reoccupation of the vacant areas of the shopping center, that comes to 770 stalls occupied in existing conditions.
You mind if I just ask you how you judged, I'm sure there's a formula, how did you judge the place was 77% occupied?
We looked at the square footage of each tenant within the shopping center.
Oh, you just meant the rental occupied, you didn't mean the number of people there that day? Yeah, so when because when you say occupied, I'm like, okay, you're counting the stalls and you're figuring we're 77% occupied.
No, that was the occupation of
The number of storefronts occupied.
I say that just to say we took that into account.
Got you.
All right.
We then looked at IE parking generation, that's Institute of Transportation Engineers, it's the industry standard for generating parking rates, as I've testified before. When we include the additional demand for the proposed uses, calculated a maximum DAP demand during a Saturday peak hour of 800 parked cars on site. So that would be about 72% occupied parking occupancy for the entire center with the proposed supply, which would leave a reserve capacity of about 28%. With all that said, it's my professional opinion that there's sufficient parking proposed on site to accommodate the demand. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Mr. Shikoski, you heard some questions from the board. First of all, is it your opinion that the creation of the drive-through between the two centers will likely reduce the number of trips out onto East Meadow Avenue?
With the cross-access between the northern shopping center and
Yes.
the southern shopping. Yes, I mean, this is highly encouraged. Pretty much every application that we submit to the state DOT, they recommend this practice. Whenever we can allow cross-access between retail shopping centers, it's definitely preferred from a traffic engineering point of view. And I do think it helps to reduce traffic on East Meadow Avenue.
And is it your opinion that both the pass-through driveway between the two centers and the drive-through for the Shake Shack can be adequately addressed from a safety perspective to slow vehicles down, to direct traffic using signage, stop signs, directional signage? What do you call those things that are kind of raised?
Speed table.
Speed table, not a speed bump, but a speed table.
Yeah, so a speed table is proposed here. The difference between a speed table and a speed bump is basically it's much wider, it's more accommodating to emergency vehicles while still slowing traffic down, and it's basically it's a speed bump with a crosswalk in the middle of it. Just in terms of the drive-through, we're proposing a 16 vehicle queue in the drive-through. I've done dozens of fast food applications throughout Long Island. I've presented dozens here. I think, based on the layout of this drive-through on site, I think there's more than enough space to accommodate the drive-through demand. And even if it spills beyond that 16-car queue, the site is designed in a way that it would queue on the outside lane without impacting parking, and certainly wouldn't impact offset parking.
Thank you. Unless the board has any further questions of Mr. Yes, sir.
I have a question to you, Mr. Vanessa. Is there public transportation that goes to this shopping center, like a bus or a train or?
I have to believe that they're.
Is there a bus that,
Most
like
likely, yeah.
a shopping center like Roosevelt Field has buses that come there,
Yeah, Roosevelt Field actually has a bus depot.
Yeah.
I represent them as well, and they have a bus depot on
I
the
was just
south.
I was just curious because it would.
Their southeast.
Because people take Ubers now,
section.
people take various,
Right.
And I was interested if there was a bus that goes there.
There are Nassau County, Inter-County Express
That's,
routes on Hempstead Turnpike.
does it stop? I know, could somebody take the bus to the shopping
Yes, there's
center?
stops on the north side of, on the north side of the center, on the south side of
Which helps the
Hempstead.
parking problem, that's my
Oh,
point.
certainly,
Yeah.
certainly.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, I'll just quickly address the office building. I mentioned that before. Right now, that multi-story, how many stories is it? There's a 5-story office building that, again, has been the bane of the town's existence because of all the violations it had. It's the only office building I know that has window air conditioners hanging out the windows. Regency is a retail developer. They don't deal in office space typically. They don't do other types of development. They do retail development. They are trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do in that area. Right now, there are Verizon antenna that are on that building that still have valid leases, so they can't just go in and knock down the building. They're working on a solution to that. They think they've got a plan for that. Other than that, the building, other than the bank, there's a Flagstar Bank in the building, and that Flagstar, by the way, is the bank that's going to move into the pad site, should this board approve the variances and special exceptions here today. So that'll take that out of there, and I think there's only one other tenant. There's no other tenants in that building. So that building is basically, almost empty. The plan is to do something there, but whatever they do, they'll be coming back to this board. Ideally, it would be nice if they can remove that building. I think that may be in the works, and then come back with something else. But whatever it is, they will come back to this board and have to present that again. So, but for now, it's worth knowing that that building is basically empty, because that building in terms of our parking demand, that building accounts for a requirement. It's a 5-story building, yes. Was that what? No, Lufthansa was further west. That became a storage facility, a self-storage facility. Yeah. It was actually a great use of that building because it already had the height, so moving a storage facility in there, their toughest thing to typically get is height, and they already had it. So, and it's a much lower intensity use. But the office accounts for 226.5 spaces of our parking requirements. So the fact that it's basically empty will also, help the conditions at the existing time.
So they might make that into parking, not to permit anything,
I think, I have to believe that there's going to be some development on that corner because it's a prime corner. What it is, Regency hasn't figured out yet.
All those changes on Hempstead Turnpike are subject to New York State traffic?
DOT, correct.
DOT.
Yeah, there are applications, we've received comments, we've responded to the comments, and,
So you've made your application for the different curb cuts, et cetera? Thank you.
And for that matter, we've also filed our 239F application regarding East Meadow Avenue, because that's a county road. So as much as Semco would like, and my client is prepared to fix the sidewalks and do the beautification there, we don't have permits to do that yet. So we're still waiting on that from county.
I was going to ask one thing. Why can't you put up the shade trees? I forgot.
A shade? Oh, no, there are going to be a number of different trees introduced. It's just not, you want to step up?
Insufficient maneuvering aisle and minimum number of shade trees.
Yeah, we're not putting all the shade trees that they require. Is that what I understand?
Correct. We need 123, we have 100.
Yeah. And right now, if you go out there, it's a sea of asphalt. So this is going to represent a vast improvement, even with the shortfall in the number of shade trees
So
required by code.
do we have to grant a 23 variance if we're going
For the trees?
for you to go forward? I think we must.
Do you have to what?
So we have do we have to address and deliberate on a 23 tree?
Yes.
Shortage.
I guess we must.
Yes, that's before you, that's also in the notice.
The code requires that there's one tree for every 10 parking spaces.
Okay, so
Yes.
we do have to address that.
It's part of the
The
application.
maneuvering aisles and the minimum number of shade trees is on the notice, as is the proposed outdoor dining request, the 2-lane drive-through special exception, the variance in the front yard setback for the Nassau County Police shift change shed, and the parking in the front yard
Are the
setbacks.
maneuvering aisles insufficient throughout the entire set of parking lots or just in
No.
one section?
You want to,
Just the north side.
What are they, what are you proposing them at?
The 24-foot drive aisles and not 18 stalls.
Right, but
So
what are you
what's
proposing them at?
Existing deficiency, stall widths, stall lengths, drive aisle widths.
No, I don't think you're here for stalls.
we're asking for deficient.
You're not here for stall size, you're only here for maneuvering aisles.
Insufficient maneuvering aisle.
That's behind the building on the west. On the north side, the building on the west, between the parking along East Meadow Avenue and the back of the building, that is only 19.8 feet. It's an existing condition. Those walls are not counted, they're not acceptable, we're just keeping them as is.
So only only the stalls, the 100 stalls or whatever they are, that are not allowable without relief, those are the only stalls in the entire parking field that also have the 19.8 maneuverability instead of the 24?
There's also at the south side,
And that's existing and not, we're not making any modifications on that side of the center. That's existing and permitted.
And the
under-
rest of the parking, once it's reconfigured, will
Yeah,
not be 24.
The restriping of the north center is significant because right now, all the drive aisles are insufficient. All the parking spaces are insufficient. They are now all going to be to code with sufficient drive aisle widths and parking space sizes.
The areas that are that are deficient are more going to be utilized for employees, so the turnover will be a lot less.
Yeah, they're behind the buildings.
The main patron areas of parking will be.
Good, that's good, because that matters.
Unless there are any further questions, that's our direct presentation. Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination.
Any other questions from the board?
Anyone else who wanted to speak?
Is it, come up. They've concluded the presentation.
He might be.
Well,
Sean,
welcome.
he might be in Albany.
What am I gonna do? We'll leave when, don't you need us for the decisions or something? Okay. We'll wait till 5 o'clock. We'll wait till 5 o'clock and then we'll go. I just wanna go now. That's what they say. Let's just wait till they finish and close.
Gerard Raggio, 1900 Hempstead Turnpike, East Meadow, New York, 11554. I am representing Burger City. We're a family business that I'm a part of. Bill, I just found out yesterday that you had the meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. I wasn't aware of any of that. Thank you for being here today. You answered a lot of questions that I had. I think I'd like to just kind of quickly start by making my stance abundantly clear. I'm not here to oppose any of this. I'm thrilled that Regency has done a fantastic job in looking to make the shopping center better from what they're looking to trying to get accomplished. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now? Fantastic. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm not opposed for anything. I'm not trying to fight them at all. I'm not trying to be an adversary or proponent to any of this. I'm simply here to ask questions, get a clear understanding of the project, and quite frankly, keep in mind the health and the safety of the customers of Burger City, the employees at Burger City, and everybody who enters that parking lot. There was a lot of stuff that we weren't familiar with. Today certainly answered a lot of questions, so I appreciate that. And again, Regency's been a fantastic landlord. We are incredibly happy with them. Everything is fantastic. There are no issues at all. Mike, obviously nice to see you. You know what I mean? So I want to make that stance abundantly clear. I'm not here to fight this in any way, shape, or form. I'm just looking to try and make things a little bit more clear. So, with that said, I reviewed what was posted on the Town of Hempstead website just to try and educate myself a little bit more. I wasn't at any SEMCO meeting. I wasn't a part of any other, I wasn't invited to anything in the past. So for me, I'm doing my own independent research. You guys had a question about the parking, and that's one of my, big questions as well. And from what I reviewed based upon what was submitted to the town, is it looks like there's going to be a reduction of 198 spaces. Now, Bill mentioned earlier today that the deficiency is going down to 40%. I don't know if that includes the northern location with the southern location together, or if that's just us, but from everything that I've reviewed, it looks like the northern section, which is where Burger City is located, is going to dramatically decrease. And
Hold on, why don't we have that just
Yeah.
addressed as you go? So who can speak to that, Mr. Vanessa?
I think we did respond to that. Yes, the north side is going to lose about 100 parking spaces, a little over 100 parking spaces. So yes, the number of parking spaces on the north side is going to decrease. The overall parking deficiency for the two lots, for the two shopping centers combined, actually decreases when compared to the deficiency that was existing before for the north side. But yes, we are losing about 100 parking spaces on the north side.
And the only reason why I ask is I think from what I read, it said 198. So again, I'm here for clarification. I'm not here to fight or be a pain or prevent anything from happening. I want business to flourish. I want you guys to do a great job. You've done a fantastic job with the center. We're very, very happy. I'm just trying to get a little bit more clarity and raise points that I feel like are appropriate to understand. That's all. So in regard to the curb cut and the traffic study, so from the things that I've read from what's submitted on the Town of Hempstead site that you guys, I guess, supplied, is there's like different levels of service, like grades, depending upon traffic. Again, I'm no traffic expert, I'm a novice to all of this, but my understanding it's kind of going down from an E to an F when you remove that western curb cut. And in addition to that, it increases traffic by, I guess it said 100 seconds, of a delay. I'm not an expert, I don't know. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more clarity as to what that means.
In the study you're referencing, we had taken, at that point, we had included the office building, and they assumed the full reoccupancy of that office building.
Yeah, just speak to the board.
We had included a full reoccupancy of that office building in the original study. We weren't sure what we were doing with it at the time. Now that we understand that they're not reoccupying that building, there's a lot less traffic, especially during the morning and evening peak hours. And that change really offsets that level of service change in that driveway. And what we found is there's more than enough space to accommodate any queuing at that intersection, and it wouldn't be detriment to Hempstead Turnpike.
So will that curb cut entrance now, the eastern one with the removal of the western one, actually get better?
So, I mean, obviously, with the removal of that driveway, you're gonna add traffic to the eastern curb cut. So, your delays not gonna get better, obviously, there's some minor increase in traffic, minor increase in delay, but the level of service isn't changing like it was when we accounted for the office being reoccupied.
So the service level remains the same from the grade, but it will have a little bit of a backup, you're saying?
I'm not necessarily a backup, but, there'll be more cars there, because you're moving one driveway
Right.
to the other, I mean, that's natural. But again, I think the increase in some level of traffic at that driveway, you also have to balance the fact that you're removing a driveway that has a safety concern right now, and has accidents based on the history we looked at, and that driveway that's remaining had a lower accident rate and is further from the signalized intersection. And with the improvement of the cross-access to the south, so you're going to redirect some traffic south and aligning all the drive aisles of the site, I think it's an overall benefit.
I mean, my general question / concern is, again, not trying to poke holes or be argumentative. I'll probably say that 10 more times the rest of this, hearing here. But it's simply to educate myself a little bit more. And the concern, I guess, that, I would have, and it is, again, more from a health and safety standpoint, nothing to do with my business whatsoever. I'm not concerned about a competitor coming in. I'm not concerned about, this is America. Everyone has to compete. It is what it is. No problem there. I'm concerned about the traffic kind of going from something that's already kind of bad to worse. That's, that I just wanted to raise the point and ask the questions, and I appreciate you, bringing that up. I have a handful of other, quick questions here that are kind of in a couple of different areas. Bill, you did a great job addressing some of the things about, the conversations that you had with the East Meadow Fire Department, which is helpful. I appreciate that. Was there any sort of Nassau County Fire Marshal or the East Meadow Fire Department, did they review the proposed access site plan for fire access and they kind of gave their thumbs up?
We met with the fire
Speak to the board.
about 2 weeks ago, and everything, they had some questions initially, concerned, but we walked them through all their questions, and they gave us the okay to have people out.
Has the fire marshal's application been filed on this?
Both pad buildings we are proposing do have fire marshal approval.
Thank you. In regard to the decreasing number of parking stalls, for example, if this proposal does move forward and get granted, is there any sort of understanding as to where the trucks that deliver food to Shake Shack are going to park, and the trucks that are going to deliver the food to us park, and other businesses, in that area?
Yeah, there were truck exhibits prepared. That was one of the things requested from the fire department, was to show truck turns and fire access turns, which, we did show accessing off of East Meadow Avenue and circulating the site. There is enough, with the redesign of the site, there is enough space for those trucks to easily access along that main access road in the front, and then circulate around. Probably not dissimilar to however you receive deliveries now.
I got you. It obviously, because, again, I'm looking at this generally, and I'm also looking at it specifically in regard to us and how best for us to function and, continue to do business and serve our community and everything along those lines. And this space now, the northern portion of the North Shopping Center, if you will, which is where we are now, is really kind of being dramatically decreased in the number of parking spaces, because the Shake Shack is coming right next door with their drive-through that's more or less abutting Burger City. Again, not opposing, more just trying to understand and ask questions as to how it's going to all work, so that we can all play well in the sandbox and obviously get the job done the appropriate way. So for me, that was just a little bit of a concern, because it didn't really seem so clear, and it's still a little unclear to me. I know that the space between Burger City and Shake Shack together, if this happens, is supposed to be 55 total spaces combined, and my understanding right now is that it meets that. However, the part that concerns me a little bit is with the pad site that's going to be added in front of Lidl. Now that's taking away parking spots in front of Lidl. A lot of Lidl customers, where they stand right now, park right next to Burger City, and there's going to be a lot of overflow into that space right now. Is there any sort of proposal that prevents where these patrons can park?
There is, it was talked about a little bit, but in terms of the Lidl especially, the idea is they're going to put in planters on the corner. So right now, most of the Lidl patrons park north of it, right along Hempstead Turnpike. Obviously, there's pad site going in there.
Well, sorry to interrupt, and again, not argumentative. I'm there every day, and that's the only reason why I'm saying it is there's even the stalls right now for where the shopping carts go, in that space. So it's like, and I know those are going to move, which is fantastic. I'm certainly happy to see that. But still, the closest location to the Lidl entrance is in that area where Burger City and Shake Shack are supposed to share.
Right. So the idea is with the plant.
That's not true. The closest parking area for the Lidl entrance is just to the west of the Lidl, in the area south of Burger City and the proposed Shake Shack. And there will be a drive aisle that separates those. So I got to think that it's unlikely that people are going to park up by the Burger City or the Shake Shack and then walk over to Lidl, having to cross over the drive aisle that is now going to be realigned to run across the center from west to east. Additionally, the corral carts that were referenced being on the north side, those are all going to be relocated to that south side area, and it'll basically be training the Lidl customers to be parking down there, along with the crosswalk that will be down there.
The only reason, and that sounds great, and I really hope that's the case, and I bet you it does end up being that way based upon, your testimony and everything. That's logical. It makes sense. I'm just saying I know how it works now. All of those customers for Lidl are parking in that Burger City northern area because it's a pretty direct access. I see it every day, including the people who work there. So that's the only reason why I raised the point. And again, thank you for giving what you believe is going to be the case. Sure. Last couple of questions here, and again, I appreciate everybody's time. I'm not trying to drag this on any longer than I already have. I don't want to overstay my welcome, but a majority of the questions and concerns I have now is really kind of in regard to the drive-through specifically. Like, where's the stop in the drive-through, to place an order? Has there been like has it actually been engineered, not just on paper, but in reality? How many cars, can go in the queue in that area? What lanes are the cars going to go down in the Burger City parking area before they get into the queue for the Shake Shack? And is it going to be any available lane? Because if you're familiar with our space, there's a lot of people walking in and out of Burger City quite a bit because there's no indoor seating there really. And with cars kind of zipping down the aisle to beat somebody else to get into the Shake Shack queue, it raises just a little bit of a concern. So, for me, and I got a whole bunch of other questions specific, I'm not trying to bore everybody with the time, but is there an alternative to the drive-through? And I ask that because if there is no drive-through there, that, alleviates maybe another 20 spaces or so. Maybe this can be relocated in a way where it doesn't remove that western curb cut and allow for traffic to flow the way it does right now, as opposed to potentially getting worse. So, look, at the end of the day, I think a lot of us have probably been to the Costco shopping center in Westbury. It's a zoo. And I fear that maybe some of these changes make this like that. Or maybe not. It could make it better. I'm not sure. Again, not adversarial, simply inquisitive. You guys are fantastic. Love Regency, love everything. We're blessed to be a tenant of you all. I'm just simply asking questions that I feel like are appropriate for everybody to understand, myself included.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just I want to make sure I address at least most of the comments there. So the drive-through, it's proposing a double lane order point drive-through, which is common these days. You see them at most newer fast food establishments. The idea is you have two different order points, and it improves the efficiency of that drive-through to get people through the queue much quicker. In my professional opinion, there's enough space within that drive-through to accommodate the queuing without impacting site circulation of parking. And the way it's laid out is that if it goes beyond that drive-through, everyone sort of queues on the northern side, whereas all the parking is south of the Burger City. But I'll just also add, in terms of parking demand, I mean, having drive-throughs, they actually decrease the overall parking demand because it gives customers another option to order, get in the drive-through, order, and leave rather than park and enter the site.
Can that be considered inherently more dangerous though, because there's active cars moving through a parking lot as opposed to just parking?
Well, there's always active cars moving through a parking
lot.
No,
I understand that, but for a different purpose. Again, just asking.
And this is certainly not the first shopping center to have a pad site drive-through situated in it with other pad site buildings in the shopping center. They work elsewhere. Certainly, this will be engineered to work here. And there's also another aspect for the board to consider, and that is this is not the last step in the review here. Site plan approval will have to occur for this project, and at that time, the building department and engineering will look at it and determine if they feel that they need directional signage, if they need to suggest that there be specific routes for the access to the drive-through and so on and so forth. I think that's it.
I'm not.
Yeah.
My name is Joseph Parisi. I'm president of the Council of East Meadow Community Organizations, also known as SEMCO. We have been involved almost from day one with the inception of this project, as we had reached out to actually Bill Bonesso to talk to him to find out who the new property owner was and to understand if we could meet with them to get addressed the sad condition of the sidewalks along East Meadow Avenue. And that led to us being here today. It's been like a 2-year process understanding this project. And I'm here to tell you that our organization is in full support for the reasons aforementioned that everybody heard. But I also want to add a community perspective to the board to hear. We held a meeting on September 19th, open to the entire community, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, to which the people in this room came down, presented the project, and there was not one objection to what was going to happen here. Now, our organization has been involved for at least 30 years with the prior owners, and I have to tell you, it has been very, very difficult to get any kind of improvements done to both shopping areas, okay, not only the north, but as well as the south. Now, we are an organization that looks out for the best interests of the community, and we feel, as the project stands right now, including the concerns that were just raised, it is in the best interest of the community for this project to go forward as is. I have listened to the safety concerns. We had a detailed meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, to which the fire department was there, and the fire department was satisfied with the meeting held with the engineering firm. So I'm standing here before you to tell you that SEMCO, as an organization that represents our community, is in full support of this project. The community will finally get a partner that will work with the community, which we have not had for 30-plus years. And there's other things to consider, which something wasn't mentioned. When you have a heavy rainstorm right now, you're knocking out that entire shopping center. All of the parking spots flood. That problem is going to go away. Talk about losing parking spots. When it rains, you can't get one, when it really rains. The other thing to take into consideration is the residents along East Meadow Avenue. They will greatly benefit from this project because the aesthetics along East Meadow Avenue are terrible. So just fixing it up and cleaning it up and putting in trees and landscaping will make it a lot better for them. And not only that, East Meadow Avenue is the main drag. If we don't have a formal downtown, but when you make that right off of Hempstead Turnpike, you're basically coming down to our downtown area. And by significantly improving this section, these two shopping centers will significantly improve the look and the value and the feel of East Meadow. So it's for all these reasons that we wholeheartedly support the project as is. Thank you.
That's our presentation, Mr. Chairman. It's hard to follow up or to top what Joe just said, and we very much appreciate it. But I will just add this. Regency wants to make sure, in addition to the Chamber, in addition to the Fire Department, in addition to the gentleman who spoke, and in addition to SEMCO, Regency wants this to be a safe center. So I have no doubt, having worked with them now for years and seen their portfolio of projects and sites that they manage, that they will make sure that all steps are taken to make this a safe and functioning center to the betterment of the entire community. So all that being said, we appreciate the board's time and we ask the board's favorable consideration.
Thank you. That concludes your presentation. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I just move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Bonesso, you, your clients, everyone who signed in on the matter will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you, folks, and have a nice day.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good one.
All in favor?
Second. Aye.
complied with. Property address is 1960 Bayberry Avenue. Do I have any comments? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 89 of 25 in Merrick.
Hots Real Estate,
Yeah.
Inc.
Located at 1960 Bayberry Avenue, be approved as requested.
Second? Same conditions?
Yes,
Temp.
as usual. I didn't even
Okay.
say it, because I figured it was.
You got to say it. Case 90 of 2025, North Belmore, SSRM Realty LLC, Scott Waters, renewal of grant to maintain detached double-faced illuminated ground sign setback 5 feet from property lines with 2-foot clearance, 2322 Jerusalem Avenue. Property was inspected on 12/16/24, and the building department found that all conditions previously imposed by the board are being complied with. Do I have a motion unless there are any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that case 90 of 2025, as you've described it, be approved with the same conditions for the same 5 years.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Next case, 91 of 2025, Neil Lawrence, Brixmore, SPE 2 LLC, renewal of the grant to maintain a double-face pylon sign, 96 square feet per face, overall size 192 square feet, height 20 foot, setback 11 feet from Rockaway Turnpike. Property address is 274/296 Burnside Avenue. Building department inspected the premises on 12/27/24 and found that all conditions previously imposed by the board were being complied with. Do I have any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that case 91 of 2025, Brixmore, as described by the chairman, that be granted for a period of 5 years with the same conditions.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Case 92 of 2025, Elmont Boiler Oil Corp., Exxon Gas Station. Renewal of another sign, double-faced, illuminated pylon, non-permitted price. Overall size 188 square feet, 94 square feet per face. Overall height 19 feet 3 inches. Setback 4.4 feet from School Road and 2.7 feet from Hempstead Turnpike. 535 Hempstead Turnpike. Building department inspected the premises on 1/3/2025 and found that all conditions previously imposed by the board are being complied with. Do I have a motion if I don't have any questions from the board?
I move case 92 of 2025, location of property 535 Hempstead Turnpike in Elmont, be granted as requested, 5 years, same conditions.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Next case, 93 of 25, Merrick, North Sunrise Corp., DBA Advanced Auto Parts. Renewal of a grant to maintain one double-faced illuminated detached ground sign, overall size 96 square feet, 48 square feet per face, overall height 15 feet, and setback 0 feet from the corner of Sunrise Highway and Babylon Turnpike. Property address is 209 Sunrise Highway in Merrick. The building department inspected the premises on January 14, 2025, and they found that all conditions previously imposed by the board are being complied with. Do I have any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 93 of 25, Merrick, North Sunrise Corp., doing business as Advanced Auto Parts, located at 209 Sunrise Highway, be approved as requested, temporary, same sign.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Case 94 of 2025, Woodmere, Jerome Heller. Variances, height, lot area occupied, construct dwelling with garage. We're going to hold that case. Somebody's going to inspect it. Goes on reserve. Point Lookout, Vincent Torti and Alessandra Robertazzi Torti. Variances, lot area occupied, everything under the sun as is usual in Point Lookout, including the kitchen sink. Front yard setback on Freeport Avenue, rear yard construct roofed over open porch attached to dwelling. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard setbacks on Freeport Avenue and Bayside Drive, rear yard maintained 2-story additions, both attached to dwelling. Another variance, lot area occupied, maintain a shed with more than required side yard setback, 1 Freeport Avenue in Point Lookout. Any comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move, as it relates to case 95 of 2025, that you previously described it, that we grant the requested relief with the condition that the deck, porch, et cetera, the enclosed front, or the...
Not enclosed.
The roofed-over front porch on the front that is to be constructed, that the condition be that it not in the future be in any way enclosed.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 96 of 2025 near Valley Stream, Gabrielle and Daniel Winkler, they're related to Henry. Variances, lot area occupied, side yard aggregate, rear yard constructed two-story addition with a two-story deck with stairs below, both attached to dwelling. 729 Eagle Drive near Valley Stream. Any comments from the board about decks not being enclosed? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that case 96, 2025, Gabriel and Daniel Winkler at 729 Eagle Avenue, that the case be granted with the deck that shall not be enclosed.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 97, 2025, Garden City South, Scott Douglas and Carolyn Hardman. Variances, lot area occupied, side yard maintained, deck and AC unit attached to dwelling. It's at 307 Brompton Road. Any comments from the board about deck not being enclosed?
With respect to case 97 of 2025, location of property 307 Brompton
Road South.
Brompton Road in Garden City South. I move that the deck never be enclosed and the remainder be granted as requested.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Cases 99, 98, and 99 of 2025 in Hewlett, Pasquale and Shannon Malillo. Variances, lot area occupied, average front yard setback, construct two-story and second-floor additions, and a portico, all attached to dwelling. Variances, lot area occupied, maintain a shed with less than required side yard setback. Property address is 96 Catlin Place in Hewlett. Any comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 98 to 99 of 25 Hewlett, Pasquale and Shana Milella, located at 96 Catlin Place, be approved as requested.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Cases 100 and 101 of 2025 in Seaford. Wyas Ayub. Variance, front yard setback on Kevin Road, maintain a two-story addition attached to dwelling and a 6-foot-high fence forward of the dwelling on Kevin Road. Property address is 2550 Kevin Road. Any comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion? I have a chuckle. Do I have a motion besides the chuckle?
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I move as it relates to cases 100 and 101 of 2025 in Seaford, as you previously described them, that we grant the requested relief, and that we clarify that the relief we're granting is not related to the fence, the chain link fence that's on the south property line along the park. It shares with Town Hempstead, because that's Town Hempstead fence.
Second.
It can be permanent. Sure. What does that say? Well, because it's not anywhere, it's already 6 feet, so we don't need to keep it low, and it's not anywhere near the clear side triangle. And it's a dead-end
Street.
street.
101 will be granted with conditions, and 100 granted as requested?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what's 101?
That's the fence. So fence conditions.
Right, with fence conditions.
But permanent.
Permanent.
100.
Oh, the fence is the second one, yeah.
Right.
got it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Cases 102 and 103 of 2025 Wantor.
I vote again.
Louise Pabon, special exception to maintain an accessory structure, shed, not permitted in the front yard. Maintain 6-foot-high pool enclosure forward of the dwelling with less than 10-foot setback on Valentine Place. Property address is 3106 Valentine Place in Montauk. Now, there was an issue about properly enclosing the fence. The building inspector is to go. So what do we do with it? Approve it or hold it?
We're gonna, I think this is the one we were gonna hold.
Hold it.
Yes, and I believe this probably said about 45 days, given the
Yep.
about a month
But I think
Right.
this is one Becky said she can get the guy there in a week.
Well,
She's trying to. She did mention that she was trying to get the inspector out there, hopefully by this week, and hopefully we have.
All right, so we'll put it on right here.
104 of, case 104 of 2025 Hewlett. Noel Maisel 101 LLC, variances, lot area occupied, average front yard, average setback. Average front yard, average setback. That's not redundant, is it? Maintain two-story addition and cantilever both attached to dwelling, alteration and construction in excess of 50%, new CO required. Property address is 1254 Noel Avenue. 1354, I blacked that one out. Okay. Any comments? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that case 104, 2025, Noel Mazel, 101 LLC at 1345 Noel Avenue, Hewlett be granted as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case 105 of 2025, Lido Beach, Mitchell Lassman, maintain pool equipment with less than required side yard and setback, maintain waterfall. Kim couldn't figure that one out. With less than required rear yard setback, maintain an 8-foot-high portion of the pool enclosure. 176 School Lane in Lido Beach. That was one with the 8-footer? Okay, somebody's going to make a motion on
I
it?
move case 105 of 2025, location of property, 176 School Lane in Lido Beach, be granted as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Here's so they can keep putting them out.
Yeah. Cases 106 through 108 of 2025, Merrick. Vincent and Jennifer R. DiPaolo, mother-daughter residence, second kitchen, variant side yard, maintain a second-story addition attached to dwelling which was built without approval. Variant side yard aggregate, construct a one-story addition to dwelling, and that's mother-daughter. Property address is 189 Loynes Avenue. Any comments? If not, do I have a motion? Let's keep
I
the
move case
loins,
10
loins.
I move case 106 to 108 of 25 in Merrick, Vincent and Jennifer DiPaolo, located at 189 Loynes Avenue, be approved as requested with mother-daughter conditions.
Mother-daughter conditions. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 109 of 2025, Merrick. Peter Sherman, variance lot area occupied, maintain a detached garage. Property address 1700 Farragut Road. Any comments? If not, do I have a motion?
I move, Mr. Chairman, case 109, 2025, in Merrick, as you previously described, to be approved as requested.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Case 70 of 2025, Levittown, Wayne and Carol Wickern. Renewal of a grant to maintain a fence varying in height from 5.3 to 6.5, 6 feet 5 inches. I apologize for that. Property address 124 Haven Lane in Levittown. We're going to hold that case?
I actually have a bit of an update.
Okay.
Bit of an update.
Yes, Ms. First actually pulled the plot plan,
And
and it appears as though the only fence in front of us is at the rear of the property, and it is, that's the plot plan. It's highlighted,
Checky Becky.
and you can see it in this photograph, that the only portion of the fence is the back.
So they do have a piece of a fence that's higher than 5'3".
They do, but it's in the rear of the property, so the suggestion that the board might want to consider, if they're inclined to grant it, would be to maybe make it permanent.
Yes.
It's a 6-foot fence in the back.
It's a 6.5.
Or 6'5".
6'5".
It is
All right.
6'5"?
6'5" in the
Completely
back.
agree, make it permanent.
Yeah.
But how did the guy?
Do you want to make
keep-
that motion?
I know he wasn't being dishonest. He literally didn't believe he had a fence over 5'3". Like, the
Yeah.
guy wasn't lying on purpose.
No, it's in the rear of the I've never seen that, where one in the back, again, I haven't been to that
We're
one.
like, we're like, so you have no fence, 6'5"? Nope, 5'3" is the only height.
Well, the guy might be 7 foot. I don't remember his
Oh, no.
being that tall.
Okay, I would just, I would move as it relates to case 70 of 2025 in Levittown, as you previously described it, Mr. Chairman, that we grant permanently, and maybe we clarify, we grant permanently a 6-foot 5-inch fence along the rear property line, and we need not grant anything else, I take it. right? So we're just granting, forget the 5'3" to 6'5", it's just a 6-foot, 5-inch fence along the rear property line granted permanently.
Second,
Because I don't want to.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's permanent. Cases 206, 207, 208, 209, and Merrick, George Kiriak.
Good thing we didn't just.
Variances, side yards, multiple aggregate, rear yard, maintain outdoor kitchen with BBQ. Variance, side yard, maintain 2 AC units attached to dwelling, maintain pool deck and equipment with less than required rear yard and side yard setbacks, percentage of rear yard occupied and pool enclosure less than 5 feet high, maintain 7-foot-high trellis and 6-foot-high fence forward of the dwelling, and somebody's going to inspect that,
Well, we
right?
gotta hold it because they claim they
gonna hold
don't
it.
need the pool enclosure less than 5, and they
Yeah.
have no fence 6 feet forward of the dwelling.
So,
I believe how the applicant was advised to revise their plans.
correct.
And
Which
once,
is what, I was still confused.
Yeah,
Not
so-
confused, but I couldn't figure out how to adjudicate something that didn't fit properly here.
so they're gonna revise their plans, and once we get the revised plans, I feel like, my 2 cents, if they don't need the 5-foot, the pool enclosure less than 5 feet, the board, once new plans are sent, we can dismiss that portion or deny
And
that
the other
portion.
one.
And if they don't need the 6-foot fence forward of the dwelling, same thing.
Right,
Well,
I
let's get the
agree,
new
so
plans
let's
and
put it
see.
on reserve.
Yep. Okay, case 110 of 25, Baldwin, Alberto and Anna Condolio. Variance lot area, maintain a 2-family dwelling. That was at 2291 Harrison Avenue. That case has been adjourned to May 14th at 2 p.m. Elmine, case 111, cases 111 and 112 of 2025. Quasier Chowdhury, case 111 is variances subdivision of lot height, lot width, and on-street line to front setback line, lot area, construct dwelling and garage, demolish
Wait, was this the
existing
one-
dwelling. These are the 40 by 100 wonders.
But what about the height? Which height is this?
This is the one where, from grade to peak, it's 28
28.
feet,
Mm-hmm.
but there's retaining wall.
32,
This is the one that had the retaining wall, and I spoke to Becky?
that's correct,
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
so they want a 5-foot height variance then?
right?
Correct.
Okay, I do think that we can take a foot off the furnished first floor. Is this the one with the 9-foot first floor?
We can always reach out to Mr. Minerva,
Yeah,
the
Okay, I
attorney,
mean, I'm
and
just
see if they're
saying,
willing to revise their plans.
yeah, I mean, just because if, at least it's only 4-foot height variance.
I do think
Only?
we could distinguish,
Okay, do you think we should just, well, no.
No.
because Several feet, we couldn't.
it could be distinguished, but I
This is
think,
the one, John, I don't know if you were
I-
in, Becky came up and explained why.
I was awake. I
No,
was
I
awake.
just wasn't sure
yeah.
if you were in there.
I was awake and I didn't like it, and I would not, personally, I wouldn't grant the 5-foot variance. Let them take it down a little bit and
But they can't take
speak,
it
Yeah,
down
no
in the
side entrance
basement
and-
at
speak
all.
to
Right.
Mr.
You wanted it
Minerva.
8,
Yeah, but
7,
he's got a 9-foot and
No side
change.
entrances.
so we'll contact the attorney,
Yeah.
reduce
Oh, is
height.
this that one?
Yes.
Yes, no side entrance.
Change the side yards.
Right,
It's
8,
it's
7,
close
7,
the
8.
side entrance and flip the
Unfinished
staircase a quarter.
That's
turn.
right,
Or no side entrances.
And
Flip the staircase a quarter turn.
right.
Does he need a side entrance?
No.
No,
No.
we're closing.
Just
Yeah, he
say
does
no
if he
side
wants to rent the basement.
Right, but no side entrances.
Yeah,
So why don't you just do a draft and
well, because we're gonna ask them to take off.
Mr. Chairman wants
He
to
kind
figure
of
out
agreed
about,
to that.
you're gonna reach out to this one.
Yeah, I can reach out to.
I would give him the opportunity to amend the application,
'cause he-
and then we'll do a grant.
So what are we doing, holding this?
Yeah, we'll
Right.
we'll reach out to Mr. Minerva.
Okay? Cases 113 of 25 and 114
I
of
think we're gonna
25
hold
near
that and wait
Freeport.
for the NCPC.
Diamond Development, we're going to hold that. That's 2 H's.
Just for our notes, I believe they agreed to move the air conditioning units to remove the
Yes.
side yard variance.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, case 115 of 2025 Oceanside, Loma Holding Corp., AKA Middle Bay Golf Course. Nice golf course. Nice looking, I don't
Yeah, I
know.
used to play there.
That was, there was an adjourn, when was that adjourned until?
May 7th.
5/7, 5/7, 2 p.m. Okay, cases 130 of 25, 13003.
No, we missed
Hold it.
116.
Oh, sorry. 116 and 117 of 2025. Franklin Square, Rafa Real Estate Inc., DBA Bocce Social.
I thought that was a good pick.
Special exception to use the premises for public assembly and amusement, indoor bocce facility, waive off-street parking, indoor bocce facility, 344 to 346 Franklin Avenue. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that cases 116 and 117, as you've described them, be approved as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Cases 130, 1302 of 25, 1303, 1304, 1305, Malvern Gold. That has been adjourned to April 9th, 2025, and I wish I wasn't going to be here, but it doesn't matter. I'm recused anyway. I'm recused. All right? Case 751 of 224 of 2024, East Meadow Plaza Regency LLC, variance in off-street parking, special exception for proposed outdoor dining, two-lane drive-through, parking in front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike, insufficient maneuvering aisle, and minimum number of shade trees, proposed restaurant, bank, and medical office, variance. Front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue for proposed Nassau County Police Department shift change shed. We need a CEQA resolution, and then we need CEQA.
Okay, but I guess they need a number, like, so when the inspector goes out and goes, okay, you're okay. You know what I'm saying? You're up to that.
We need CEQA.
On case number 751 of 2024, East Meadow Plaza Regency LLC, requesting variances in parking, proposed outdoor dining, insufficient maneuver and for lack of number of shade trees, variance front yard setback on East Meadow Avenue for a proposed Nassau County Police Department shift change room. It's located southeast corner, Hempstead Turnpike, and East Meadow Avenue. After hearing sufficient evidence and testimony and documents, I would move that this case get a negative declaration under CEQA.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
What are the
Any
little
opposed?
lemmings? Not lemmings, what do those little creatures sing on Madagascar? We got to move it, we like to move it.
Vampire bats.
Kakalaka.
Can we have another? Let's not digress. What about the application in? No, we didn't. We did the CEQA.
I move that case 751 in East Meadow Plaza, requesting the variances in parking, special exception outdoor dining on a two-lane road, Hempstead Turnpike, insufficient maneuvering aisle, and number of shade trees.
Minimum number.
For a proposed restaurant, bank, medical offices, variance in off-street parking on East Meadow Avenue for proposed Nassau County Police Department shift change room
Front yard
located
setback.
at southeast corner Hempstead Turnpike and East Meadow Avenue, be granted as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
When I originally read that, I thought that the Nassau County Police Department was going to serve hamburgers, and that's why they needed that variance.
The lemurs.
However,
Lemurs.
I stand
We
corrected.
like to move it.
Reserved decision calendar. Anything on page 1? Anybody read
Yeah.
the decision?
Yes, I did. Is that this one?
Okay, so on page 1, we do have an update on the first case.
620,
What?
Nope, 377 above that one.
Canary.
The board's gonna remember, that was the use variance in Oceanside to maintain a two-family dwelling. The use variance was granted to the prior, and the owner prior to the applicant, he installed an illegal basement apartment.
Right.
The applicant bought the property as is, complaints were on the property, et cetera. Patrick and I inspected it ourselves. The basement is clear. There's no basement apartment anymore.
We'll be back.
But upon inspection, there were a couple of other issues, like a side yard encroachment with a roof over, AC units in the side yard. There was an issue with garage, where it was converted to living space.
I was gonna say another apartment.
But they have corrected everything.
Good.
They have updated and submitted a new plot plan.
They in
And
a Res C?
no, they are not in a Res C. I believe they are in a Res B.
Why did we grant it?
It was granted a while ago.
What's a while?
Like in the last 20 years?
I'd have to pull the file. I think
No, I
even,
mean, when I was here.
I think even prior to.
Oh.
It's, yeah. But point is that they've gotten rid of any additional variances that we spotted while we were there. And according to the plans examiner, no new variances are needed.
How is it on the top? What is that old? Oh, because we have a referral county. I was like, why is it that these? So I guess it looks like we should go ahead and let this case, resolve this case.
I think it's appropriate to
Good
resolve
thought.
at this point.
What do we need to do to resolve it? Just grant it?
Just grant.
It's, variances run with the land. I don't see how you take it away.
But do we need to take an act of granting it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought, but when you said they run with the land, I didn't know you were saying they don't even need our grant because they have them already.
Correct me if I'm wrong, there was an issue where we couldn't do a renewal because new applicant and the open complaints. So that's why it's a new case.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so I'll move case.
You don't want to.
So who's gonna grant?
377.
Wait a second.
Was the first case grant, this says a basement entrance.
That's a cellar entrance as of right.
Not before us.
Okay. Go for it.
Everything in the basement was bricked out.
Correct. We went there with one of the code enforcement inspectors.
You guys are
who-
jamming.
He was very thorough. But again, I inquired about the cellar entrance. It's an as-of-right cellar entrance. It's in the rear yard, doesn't violate any setbacks.
Okay.
Okay, I move case 377 of 2024, location of property 3201 Brower Avenue, Oceanside, be granted as requested.
Second.
Temporary, whatever. With the
All
two-family.
two-family conditions.
Yes.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I'll also go through the history of when it was originally granted.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
620. Is the tenant gone?
Okay, we have an update on that one too, but I
Peachy
don't.
keen.
Okay, so we got an email yesterday from the applicant's agent, who they are in the process of removing the tenants, and the tenants are still there.
Yeah, they basically said that they served them twice with notices.
What was it, an illegal two-family?
They have been paying rent and they can't get them out.
Hold it.
Well,
Let's go to the hill.
But we did mention we would present their request. They went to the board to decide it.
No.
But we will let them know that it will stay on reserve until the tenants.
Tenant's gone.
Are gone.
Yep.
Yes, but we wanted to present the request.
Is it only one family that lives there?
As far as we're concerned, yes, as far as we know.
Did they want us to wait, what are we deciding?
We are not,
Single family.
we are not.
I understand. I just
deciding.
wanted to ask them.
Yep.
Oh, they want us to grant it because it's a construction. I understand.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
Okay, so, I have no update on the next case, 712 through 714. The applicant, last I heard, was filing non-conforming, but I have not heard from them.
Good for them.
Give them
310 and 311.
310, 311, I did the draft decisions on
Alright.
those. I emailed those out, gave you a hard copy.
Oh, this is the hard copy I have.
I gave you a hard copy of the decision last time.
Yeah.
two copies, she's special.
Stop. Yes, I am, especially in that not good way.
Let's go. I gotta get to a hospital.
Well, I know what the decision was, and I trust you.
So,
We were
you're gonna make a
allow two
motion?
houses, take
So,
out the
yeah,
second floor
so-
deck, correct?
Correct, so basically, if I recall correctly, what the board did, the board was not pleased with the lot area. It was relatively high. They were already making a substandard lot now into two substandard lots.
Correct.
But it's the character of the area, I get it. We reduced the lot area from what was requested down to, I don't have it off the top of my head. But what we did was, we requested that they reduce the structure of the actual house, not that they reduce the lot area with the deck. So, just so it's a less intensive use, we switched the side yards as requested, we denied that
Second
third-story deck.
Third story.
Yep. So that was the,
Okay, what action need we have right now? adopt the decision?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I have a motion?
I move as it relates to cases three. Oh, go ahead, Kim.
I
No.
move case 310 of 20. I move case 310 of 23 and 311 of 23 East Atlantic Beach, 37 Buffalo Avenue LLC, and Kenneth Krucklick. We approve the draft decision.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Did I say the last name, right? I said whatever.
Well,
Exactly.
okay, so,
Next.
I have no updates from the hearing of December 18th, 2024.
Okay.
Woodhill, I did get a little update on that from Becky. So 27, the property that they used as precedent that had almost...
Giant.
It almost had a 40% lot area.
Which one are we on?
We're on case
Lido.
21 and 25.
Oh, okay,
Lido.
okay, got it.
So I had Becky look into it because there was a 13th permit issued after Sandy, which was allegedly within the existing approved footprint. So that footprint was apparently approved way back when. There was a variance granted back in 1956 to construct the addition of a two-car garage and a rec room.
But wait, in 2013, they got an as-of-right permit to do a footprint within the footprint.
Correct, and my understanding, due to the state of emergency, because this was right after Sandy, remember Sandy was
Right,
October 12, this is an early 13 permit, yeah, that, so they were issuing these as of right if it was in the existing footprint due to the state of emergency.
So are we able to see if this current house is within that footprint? And if not, if it got relief since then?
Apparently it is, and we did grant relief for a fence
I know,
subsequent.
that was a big battle, that fence.
Mm.
They were
But, I mean, if you would like, I believe this was Mr. McKevitt's case.
Can we check the footprint? Can we just pull the original footprint of the house and
I
then?
can see if they have anything from 1956.
Well, wait, no, it would be, they would have something from 2012. When they filed and said, okay,
Yes, we have that.
Ken, where were you in 1956?
I was
In
just a
utero.
twinkle
She wasn't
in the
even in
eye.
utero.
That's about it.
I
Floating up there.
printed this out. It doesn't have the zoning information.
I have a hard time believing that was the footprint back then.
Your parents weren't even married then.
Which was the case that they
56.
overbuilt the foundation?
Oh.
No.
No, we didn't deny that, it's still up here. Yeah, no, that's.
So?
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, my mother was only born in 1920.
That's 81. That was the one that happened. That was, okay, that's right, that's not a height one. That was one where they pulled the foundation more forward than they should have.
By mistake.
2014, Main Street.
Always by mistake.
Of course.
Ugh.
I mean, if you look at this house,
Can we,
I have a hard time believing that
can
was
we eliminate Point
before
Lookout?
2012.
That's what I asked Becky to look into it, that's what Becky said.
She said that.
She was the plans captain.
Did she say that she looked back at the footprint before 2012 and that was it?
I told her that I'd call her on Friday if needed. These are her notes. Issued after Sandy within the existing approved footprint, repairing operations, addition of 50% due to Sandy. And that was what we granted. I can pull what we had in 1956. I don't know if we have anything from then. Okay, I mean, I don't know if maybe we'll be able to figure that out, but.
I mean, if it takes more than 5 minutes, I don't want to have to do it. But I think she just pulls out the plans that were on file before 2012.
Which is why I gotta see what they have, I don't know how these, that is, I'll look at what we have from 1956. Because the board granted be, you know, and they
I
don't
know.
want lot area occupied.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
really don't want lot area occupied back then. The board granted in 1956 variances to construct the addition of a two-car garage and a rec room.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to cases 32 and 33 and 34 of 2025 in Point Lookout. It's Edward and Elizabeth Berger. It's an application to subdivide property to keep the existing residence on a lesser lot and to construct a new resident with multiple other attributes. So I move that we grant the, oh, okay. I move at first that as it relates to all three cases, that the board adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination.
Second.
Aye. I further move that as it relates to cases 32 and 33, that we grant them the subdivision, we deny the number of stories request, we grant the other relief requested with the exception of the relief aimed at making the shed higher, larger, and exceeding the horizontal maximum, and grant the other relief requested in those two cases, and that we grant the relief requested in case 34 to maintain the existing dwelling on a lesser lot.
Second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Anything on 49 through 51?
Did we do 34?
Yes.
Must have done this one. I'm gonna have to hold that one.
Okay.
It's just a shower.
So 77, I am unaware that the applicant submitted any
Really?
field plot plan. Yep.
Where's
Whoa.
I think you're on an old calendar.
Oh, I am. I'm on my old one because I was looking at that case. Okay, hold on.
What a,
I gotta get this out.
can I say what a JERK?
Hold on.
Why would he?
Well, I can't make the motion.
Case or subpoena the surveyor. I understand he's a credible surveyor. That's what,
Where'd you get that?
told me that.
Who is he?
I don't know, but another applicant heard the testimony and told me that. So
Can we
if
issue subpoenas?
yeah, either deny the case or issue a subpoena.
And if he fails to respond to the subpoena, maybe the
Which, I know,
applicant
I remember
can
the
cajole
but I
him
don't know
to
which
coming
case
in on his
it
own.
relates to.
Or the alternative, he should be told what the alternative's gonna
Okay, I
be.
gotta deal with this case.
So,
Subpoena
You
the
know, we had
surveyor.
75 Freeport come before us about 10 years ago.
Remember the last time? The guy's like,
yeah, but that's all right, we got it on record, because he blamed the surveyor.
Because this is East Rockaway all over again. And
Absolutely.
What do you do with East Rockaway? Gotta follow the precedent.
Yes, no, it definitely should be, I'm not in favor of it at all.
Tell us why. How do you make a mistake?
Major mistake like that, that's not a
And
mistake.
notably, remember, instead of calling to have it inspected right away before they framed more,
That's my recollection.
they start framing and wait a
Why don't we
month.
just-
Okay, I agree.
Let's, yeah.
You're right.
Just end it.
I move that case 81 of 2025, 1725 Conway Street LLC, it was a variance for front yard setback to complete construction with a garage on an existing concrete foundation. This was the case that they alleged that the surveyor mismarked and it was set forward 5 feet, creating the front yard average setback. They never called the building department for inspections on the survey location, which is one of the requirements. The onus falls on the applicant, not necessarily the building department. They continued construction. It was an experienced contractor, as I recall, and based upon that, I think the board should deny, I'd make a motion that we deny this case.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Not me, her.
Houses at once.
Wait a minute, who's that up?
A builder,
It's a financial hardship?
Erlin and
No, it's just
Anvoy,
it's a
Is that
time
near
hardship.
Lynbrook?
yes,
Yeah, I remember that.
near Lynbrook.
Because you can't build 2 houses at one time, that's the reason it's extension time.
My recollection was, if you build them simultaneously, you save money. But
Yeah,
the other
makes
side,
sense. Okay, so
to impose,
we'll give him the,
financial hardship on this.
we'll give him the 9 months.
Yeah.
Give 'em a
S-
gestation period.
That's what it is. And then St. Michael's Home to complete construction. Now get a load of this one, September 9th, 2014.
Well, there
St.
was
Michael's,
Sandy
did I
and
say
then
St.
there was-
Joseph?
Oh, there's all kinds of
Oh,
reasons.
Where is that?
Front Street in Uniondale, the old Pius X.
And what's
Yeah,
the
give 'em another
rationale?
extension.
The complete construction?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
it's complete
They
construction?
need the parishioners to give more.
Yeah, the complete
Well, let's see the
construction.
pictures and make sure
They've
it's
only
not
had
from-
13 extensions.
Yeah, we made that mandatory.
Yes. See? There's a monument sign. It's fun. They're working on it. And the-
Wait, is that part of it, all that meat
Yeah,
with
it's
the
all of this
looks
stuff,
pretty
man.
nice.
Yeah, they can't have much more to do. So
All
we'll,
right, it looks
we'll give them a
nice, as long as it's
gestation,
not a trash
gestation thing again. Now, this one is difficult for me
Oh, my
to
happy
pronounce. Cole Torah Telfit, whatever. Tefillah, that's right. It's, October 9th, 2024 to secure a building permit, first request, 9 months. Mount Sinai, you're out. Mount Sinai South Hospital, South Nassau, parking request 5/22/24 to
They've
secure a
done
permit.
it? They built it?
That's what it,
Yeah, they're here for secure the CO. Not
So
for start
it's-
construction or anything.
it's a parking
Look,
lot.
they're here to secure the CO.
Well, maybe
It's
you
not
don't,
permit,
it
it's,
says a parking lot.
I know, but it,
Yeah,
I'm just saying, am I wrong?
no, you're right, that's what it says.
They're here, their extension is to secure the CO. It's not like this start
Wow.
construction or finish
This
construction.
looks like Donald Trump's signature.
That's an interesting signature.
That's Andrew. Yeah.
Paved paradise,
Listen,
put up a
they-
parking lot.
They're requesting a 2-year, girls, oh, girls,
They paved paradise.
how come this is crazy. 2/10/24, they asked for a 2-year extension. Why are they here today?
To obtain a building permit.
Yeah, but the later the debtor.
Okay, what's wrong here?
Date of
Something's
the,
wrong.
yeah,
A year ago, they asked for a 2-year extension to get the permit.
what do you
Right.
do, 9 months?
So they got it, so in 1 year, they got the permit they needed 2 years to get and built it?
I don't know, we'll give them what? No.
9 months?
18.
Okay, 18.
Edward Garboski, whatever. Construct and maintain a something. It's a,
He wants, look, he needs time to secure the permit and to secure the CO. Like, how does that work?
it's funny, you're absolutely right. It's still warm, isn't it? I like it. Side yard aggregate what? Maintain 2 air conditioning units? What the hell are they doing? What are they talking about? Pool equipment?
Okay, stop calling me, please.
Grabowski.
Hello?
Grabowski. Lot area occupied, construct wood decks attached to the toilet. Okay, who cares? They need more time? Let's do it. 9 months. And it's by J.A. and J.P.
Okay, I have some administrative.
Attenzione.
I have a modification for 28, yeah.
Leave the girls alone.
these plans, I'm sorry, here. Appeals, our
I
stamp.
hate it when they don't stamp it clear. I always complain about.
It's right here, 692 of 23, I searched for the plans.
I move as it relates to case 692 of 2023, that we adopt administratively adopt the modification sent to us by the building department and the applicant's representative.
That relates only to interior alterations.
Don't know. Second?
Okay, great.
All in favor? Aye. So is SBL the case number by any chance? No, can't, because that's, that's section block and lot.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Case number.
As it relates to case 1353 of 2023, the request for administrative relief sent to us by the building department and the applicant, I move that we grant the administrative relief requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can we have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn to March 4th?
Fifth.
5th.
Next week.
Next week,
Next.
Mrs. Adams' birthday, by the way.
Oh, happy birthday.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Second, all in favor?